Ah, good morning, good morning. Oh god, wait. I forgot to actually turn on my model. 1 second. I opened up the model. I did not turn my camera on. Give me a second. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Headless. Good afternoon, Mimi Blue. I hope you guys are having a wonderful afternoon. One moment. I was just a static PNG in the middle of a screen. 1 second. There we go. And Headless, you want me to do 10 reps of hand grips? I usually have a one of those like hand grip things, like one of those like exercise things that people have for their grip. But all I have on my table right now is a capo, so I'm gonna squeeze that 10 times on both hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can hear it squeaking a little bit too. Pretty sure this is not how you're supposed to handle a guitar capo, but I mean, you know, it's something for your hand grip, so I think it counts. It's not a lot of resistance, but I definitely feel a little bit in my hands, so it's gotta be something, right? So yesterday we read through, I actually did not keep count of how many New Year's fortunes we read through, but we got through quite a bit, and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more readings to get through. Do I do love readings? I can do love readings. Though for this stream I've been doing New Year's readings focused on how the year is going to go for people. So usually when I'm like streaming anything, people are free to request readings. But for this stream specifically, the readings that I do are all based around how the year is going to go for people. Which may or may not include love. Yeah. I know love is probably one of the more common kinds of readings I get when people look for a category to have readings in. It's definitely not one that I am a stranger to, but one that always feels a little strange to do readings for. A little risky. People put their faith in me. I'm like, I am just a funny man with a monocle. What do I look like I know what love is? Do I look like I've experienced love? Do I look like being the keyword here? You know, someone once asked, what is love? And in response, all I could say was, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Exactly. I have a wife. I might know the secrets of the world. You are true. You are correct there. Oh god, for real, Headless? Let me pull this up on YouTube. What a way to start. What a way to start. Might as well, since I didn't wait too long to start the stream up. What is love karaoke? Reverb on. What? On? Do I have the... Is my reverb button working? Stream Deck, please. Do not betray me like this. I can't tell if it's on or not. Do I have the reverb? There we go. Alright. Should be on now. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. God. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. There we go. Almost forgot it. What is love? Hey, hey. I don't know, you're not there. I give you my love, but you don't care. So what is right? What is wrong? Give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Whoa, 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 ah. Whoa, 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 ah. Whoa, whoa. Is this the song for a type of person who goes to a fortune teller? Almost definitely not. But I'm not your average, ordinary fortune teller, scientist, scholar, strategist. I don't know, what can I do? What else can I say? It's up to you. I know we're one, me and you. I can't go on. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Oh, oh, whoa, 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 oh, what is love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Welcome, queenofwandz. That is actually correct. Yeah, that is the list. That is the list, Nix. Do you have a save still? Yeah, Kannazuki's in the front, but the rest of the list is correct. When we are together, need you forever. Is it love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Yeah, here's the list. Here's the list now. Anyway. Let's get into the readings. Let's go back into this. We stopped at Kannazuki yesterday. We didn't get to do a reading for Kannazuki, so we'll get on that and we'll get through the rest of the list. So, not too many. I forget. I feel like we got through at least, like, 15. You can feel free to be the bot again, Nix. That's fine. That's fine. It's no problem. So now, getting back to the readings. We got through quite a bit yesterday. We got through everyone who came on Twitter, and got through a couple of the ones on the request queue on Twitch. So, we're going to continue with Kannazuki, and see how his year's going to go. So, let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The same 7 cards. This time, let's clear this all out. And let's continue. So, how is Kannazuki's year gonna go? I know he said that he wanted a Camilla GF, but... Oh, okay. Okay. The first card here. Very good fortune. Very good fortune here. This is great luck. This is excellent luck. We have the Ace of Wands right side up. So the Ace of Wands right side up is a very much a representation of action, motivation, taking, like, a new start, a new, like, getting onto a sort of new idea, new topic. Not necessarily in the way that the Ace of Cups is with its sort of representation of overflowing creativity, but the Ace of Wands is more like of an inspirator, a motivator, a symbol that you're ready to take life by the reins, essentially. So, a very strong card here. You're very grounded. You know what it is that you have to do, and now you just have to go and take it. So that's my reading here for the outcome. Overall, great luck. Very productive year. When it comes to working with people, when it comes to working with people, Kannazuki, we have the world. Again, another very positive card, a very good outcome kind of card. So the world, in regards to collaborations, in regards to working with people, tells me that working with people will come very easy to you, that it's going to be not really any sort of problem, that, you know, you'll be, the people that you need to approach, the people that you need to work with, will not be people who give you a hard time necessarily. It's going to be smooth sailing here, that when it comes to working with people, I don't think it's going to be something that you need to worry too much about. I think it's a very positive looking card here. Like, people will look to you. I think you're going to be expected to be a little bit more reliable than usual, but it seems like you'll have things under control. Blackweed, welcome, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I think I had you on the list already, Blackweed. Oh, did I not have you? The list is continuing from yesterday, so yeah. I will add you to the list. I don't think you joined the list yesterday, if I recall correctly. So yeah. I'll put you there. There's only 11 people in front of you. What we have for the career here, for you, Kannazuki, is the Hermit. Very big power, big swing cards here. We have the Hermit here, right side up. So in regards to working, in regards to that, in regards to like how your work will go, how your career will go, I see the Hermit as a card that is very representative of, you know, solitariness, right? That in your work, you'll be able to very much focus on you, and there won't be really much outside interference from others. That, you know, the work that you need to get done will be work that you can focus on, and it's not like anything will really impede that. So it's a very focused looking year for you. When you need to work with other people, that work will come. That sort of like collaboration will come naturally, but it seems like you'll be able to be more focused on yourself. Now when it comes to health, interesting. For health, we have the Seven of Swords. And the Seven of Swords is a card that sort of represents like trickery, sort of represents like getting away with things. And seeing it in the health section tells me that you might push yourself a little too hard. You might try to, you know, try to push yourself even when you're not sure you're feeling all right. You might lie about like feeling bad just in order to like keep on pushing through, or because you don't want people to worry. And you'll do a good job of hiding that, but it's probably not the best for your own health to actually do something of that sort. So make sure that if you are going to like be dishonest about like health things and like, you know, like the way people like usually will go to work even if they're not feeling their best, try to not push yourself too hard when when it's not great for you to do so. You know, everyone needs to take a break now and then, so you don't need to like sneak around and just pretend you're okay when things aren't okay. When it comes to money, it seems like there will be a tough road ahead. A tough road ahead, but not one that will be in vain. So things will be hard, and it's interesting because we're getting this reading relating to like a lot of like motivation, a lot of self-focus. But interestingly enough, when we pair it up with things like this card here for health, it sort of tells me, it sort of reads to me that you might be pushing yourself very hard to do what it is that you need to do, but you'll get there. You'll get to that point that you need to get to, and in the end, that's, I guess, what matters. That might be what matters to some people. So that might be what it is that you got to do, right? So it seems like there's a good outcome, but it might not be the easiest outcome to work towards. But if you have that inspiration, that motivation, that will to drive forward, then you'll get there. Card 6. The gambling card gives us death. Right side up this time. So when it comes to gambling, when it comes to risk taking, it's understanding like how the risks that we take, like how successful they'll be. But here, having death in this position, it's interesting because, you know, death is a card that represents a significant change, which to me tells me that for this year, your approach to how you take risks is going to be a little bit different than how you usually do them in the past years. So that might be a good thing or bad thing. Maybe before you've taken a lot of risks, but now you're playing it safe, or maybe vice versa. Maybe that inspiration that you've been hit with is something that'll cause you to be a more risk-taking person in the future. But overall, it seems to signify that you might be changing up how it is that you approach taking risks, whether it be in one way or another. I'm not sure how it is that you do things usually, but that's sort of the idea that I'm getting here. That's sort of the approach that I'm getting. That the way you approach risks will be vastly different from how you usually have been handling situations. And the advice here, we have is where is she? Wrong one. Oh, it's the right one. So the advice here is the King of Swords. And the King of Swords is representative of, someone representing a sort of challenge, right? Some sort of strong leading figure who may be providing you with a challenge that may or may not be above your weight, that may be more challenging than you expect it to be. And that might be that the advice here is to sort of, with your inspiration, with the motivation that you feel, to not back down from a challenge, right? Sometimes people talk about playing it safe, not like taking risks. But here what I'm seeing seems to be a reading that says that you're going to be pushing harder, pushing towards things that you might not have usually pushed yourself towards doing. And it seems like it'll be hard, it'll be difficult. But if you rise to the challenge, if you rise and take on what it is that is provided in front of you now, that it'll turn out in a good way for you. So that is my reading for you. Just take life by the balls and just yank them. Just twist it, flick of the wrist, just go head on. That's my reading for you, Kannazuki. Alright. Next up, we have Fizzypopboy. Wait, don't think is here right now. But if they stop by, they can just scroll through the VOD and they'll be able to find their reading. Should probably have some kind of a list somewhere. Maybe on Twitter I'll post a list of the order of people who got their readings. Or when I upload this to YouTube, I can post a list of the readings. So, it's easier to just scrub through the VOD to see where your reading was. And thank you for reminding me to take a sip. Once I shuffle, I'll take a sip. Slap, 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 slap. And there we go. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that too. Yeah, actually, just like when I upload the video to YouTube, just make sure everything is timestamped. So it's usually people just click on it. Oh, Shira, welcome. I hope you're having a happy New Year too. I hope things have been going well for you. We're just doing some New Year's tarot readings right now. We got a bit of a backlog, but it's nothing we can't read through. But yeah, I hope your year is going well, Shira. Here's my sip of water, and now we are going to be reading for Fizzypopboy. There we go. Not the greatest start, but hopefully, right? Sometimes it's slow going at the start, but things will pick up, right? All things in due time, right? Let's close this out, and also let me hide this here. There we go. And you thought not a lot of people would be interested to look at. You're right. So this is like the first time I've really had like a tarot stream that I've had to do in 2 parts because of how many people wanted a reading. And welcome, Phantompunk. So we have one more reading, and then we'll get to your reading next. So after I do Fizzypopboys, you'll be the next one up. Glad to see you could stop by. Hope your day's going well. Alright, so Fizzypopboy's reading. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good to hear. Let me just organize my desk. I don't have a lot of desk space for tarot readings. And it's only gotten worse with all the extra equipment I've gotten. So Fizzypopboy's reading. Okay. Very moderate fortune. This isn't like very swung one way or another. It really depends on how they perceive their life, really. Elliot upgrade. Yeah, we do have much more things on our desk compared to when we first started. Before it was just a keyboard and a mouse and like a microphone. Now we got like the audio interface and the stream deck and the capture card and everything. But I guess that's a good thing, right? So the reading for this fortune here for you, Fizzypopboy, is a very neutral reading, right? Depending on how your life is, how you perceive your life, it could be good, it could be bad, but this is really just the idea that for this year, things will be going on the same way that they will be going. The Hierophant is a card that really represents like keeping things the way they are, maintaining that sort of like status quo, that if things are fine, and if things aren't fine, then you yourself are still fine with how they are. That this is a card that really shows that you want things to stay the way they are. Now when it comes to collaboration, we have... And I just realized that that previous reading was actually all right side up. But here, we have the Three of Swords in reverse for collaboration. When it comes to working with people, it seems like there's been some things that have happened to you that maybe has made you hesitant to work with others. But whatever it was that had happened in the past are things that are currently healing, and maybe you had a hard time trusting people, but as time passes, you know, things get better, you sort of open back up again, but it seems like those wounds will be healing, and maybe you'll be able to find it in you to have an easier time to work with people that you might not have had as easy a time, as comfortable a time working with. When it comes to working stuff, work, your career, I don't know if you're a student or if you have a job, but what we have here is the Eight of Wands in reverse as well. So what this tells me again is a card that shows that you have a lot of energy, you have a lot of ideas, you have a lot of thoughts about what it is that you want to do, but the thoughts are all scattered. There's no focus. It'll be hard to like sort of gather all your energy into one singular idea. So whether that be based on like work with like a job or with school, it might mean that there's like a lot of things that you've been thinking about doing, but it's like you're not sure really where you want to take that. And I think tying that into the overall outcome here is that because you may be comfortable with how things are now, it makes it hard for you to think about how things are going to be when they have to change. Because, you know, change is hard. Change is scary. Especially, like, big kinds of changes are always hard to deal with. So, that's sort of the idea that I'm getting here, that the idea of where we want to go is not very clear. Now, when it comes to health, we have, where is it? The Nine of Cups. We have the Nine of Cups in reverse as well. The whole left side of this reading is actually in reverse, but again, we've talked about this card in this position before, that the Nine of Cups in reverse shows that there's a lot of different things that can happen. There's a lot of outcomes here. And in regards to health, it might mean that what it is that you have to do, like the advice that you have, what people will be telling you, like what is going on with your health, it might not be the easiest thing to understand. Like, you know, there's always things where when it comes to health problems, you never really know who you can trust when people are telling you things. You never know whose advice to take. But I think the advice here, the idea here is that try to listen to the people who are telling you what's going on. If you're not sure, like, what's going on with you, if there's a point in this year where you feel like, you know, you're not feeling the greatest, that your health is not in great shape, there's a lot of people that you can talk to about that. And I would make sure that you talk with them and try to understand what they're saying, try to understand, like, what advice they're giving you, and try to figure out what best works for you. Because, you know, when there's so many options available, when there's so many different things that you can do, it's really hard to figure out what it is that you should do. Now, when it comes to money, when it comes to money, we have the Page of Wands also in reverse, which is found over here. So again, the page is a symbol of a messenger, someone who is more grounded. 10 karate chop reps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The Page of Wands is a sort of messenger, and a messenger of, you know, stability, of keeping yourself grounded, of things being stable, which is interesting because in the center of our card we have the Hierophant, which sort of represents maintaining the status quo. But here in the money position we have a messenger that sort of represents things getting shaken up. Things no longer feeling as stable, as, you know, as solid as they once felt. It represents a message of things to change, right? Despite wanting to keep things the same, it seems like a lot of the cards in this reading are cards that are fighting against that want to change, which I think is interesting, that, you know, things are getting shaken up. There's a lot of uncertainty here. There's a lot of, like, despite wanting to keep things staying the same, things around you will change whether you'd like them to or not. And now when it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, we have... This is actually fascinating. We have the reverse Four of Swords. So when it comes to risk-taking, it's this idea that you're restless, right? That you have this energy that you want to direct somewhere, and you don't know where to direct it to. And I think that being in the risk-taking position means that you might feel more inclined to take risks, that there are things that you want to get done, and you feel like you're going to have to sort of step out of the realm of safety in order to get it done. That, you know, you feel like you're going to need to take risks to have things be the way that you want them to be. And the advice card here. Wow. This is really interesting how only the center card is the one that is right side up, and that it's the Hierophant of all cards. The last card that we have here is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse as well. And the Eight of Pentacles is a card that sort of represents, you know, toiling, doing your work, but sort of being proud of the work that you have here. In reverse, it might mean that you feel underappreciated about the work that you've been doing. That, you know, you do all this work and it doesn't feel rewarding to you at all. And I think the advice here is to make sure that, to understand that even if you're the only one who recognizes your work, to not feel bad about it being ignored by others, right? That you know that you put in the work that you do, and that isn't, it's not worthless. It's still worth something. That despite the things around you changing, despite wanting to keep everything the same, it looks like everything else, you as the center of this reading, the idea that everything you want to maintain, you want to keep the same, but everything else is in turbulence, everything else is reversed, and a lot of these cards talk about things like not being sure of the direction you want to go, healing after, you know, bad encounters with others, having an instability in that future, not having that restlessness in taking risks. A lot of these things are cards that are representing a forced change. So I think that you should be proud of what it is that you do, and try not to be so resistant to the change around you, because when you refuse to change, it becomes so much harder to sort of get used to the things that are around you. So that's my advice for you, Fizzypopboy. And thank you. Welcome, Alejandro. I will take a sip right now. And next up we have Phantompunk. Sorry about that. May I have a reading on what I expect from the month of January? You're a Gemini guy. So you just want a reading for the specific month, huh? You don't want one for the whole new year? I guess I could do that. I guess this reading could be applied to a smaller time frame as well, so we'll apply this to the month of January instead of just the year. This reading really just focuses on a time frame specifically. Some things are better, less surprises, right? Just want to reveal a little bit of the year as a treat. Alright, so let's just shuffle that deck. Should you show the queue? Yeah, you can show the queue. And let's just hit that. Sandy, Maggie, and then Fofo. Yes. Yep, looks good. And then afterwards, we also had the queenofwandz and blackweed also joined in the queue. There's 2 more people. Oh, and Z Robertson, welcome, welcome. Thank you for following. We're just doing some readings for the new year. So, you know, we're just reading tarot and just chilling around, vibing a little bit. The 2 other names in the queue are the Snicks. We have queenofwandz and blackweed. Those 2. So now we have Phantompunk. Phantompunk 007. Let's take a look at January, how January will go for him. Okay. I think this reads as good luck. I think this reads as a small good fortune for the month here. It represents a card of, let me get the card actually out first before I unreveal it. We have the 7 of Swords, which is a card that represents, you know, sneaking around, trickery. We just saw this in the first reading that we did for the day. It's a card that represents, you know, sneaking around, getting things done in a way that you don't get noticed, but, you know, what you get done is very important. It may be discreet, but it's something that, you know, was important to do. When it comes to collaboration with others, really is looking like a Robin Hood kind of reading, huh? We have the 4 of Pentacles in reverse. So what I'm getting here is that makes sense, weightlifting at home, right? No one else is going to see that. But when it comes to working with others, it seems like you're going to be a little bit more open with what you have, right? More willing to take on higher work when it comes with working with others, that, you know, instead of just, you'll be more willing to take on work that, you know, people aren't initially offering up to do themselves. Like when you take the lead in a group project or when you take the charge in some sort of collaborative effort. That's what I'm getting here, that, you know, as opposed to the right side up 4 of Pentacles, where it seems like the man is holding on to everything he has, in the reverse, it's sort of more this whole idea that you're not holding on so tightly, you're not keeping such a tight grip, that you're willing to do for more than just yourself. For career, when it comes to work, we have the 6 of Wands. It's a nice victorious card. This time it's right side up. So transform. Rotate 180 degrees. It's right side up. It is a card that represents celebration. Maybe there is some victory that'll be had in the workplace or whatever it is that you work at right now. That, you know, people will be recognizing your talents. People will be recognizing what it is that you do, and it'll be something positive. You know, it'll be cause to celebrate, whether it is a literal celebration or people just cheering you on. It seems like there is something positive up ahead. For health, we have here it is. We have starts with a Q, ends with Een. We have the Queen of Cups in the right side up position. So again, the cups are very symbolic of like emotional and mental health. And in the case here, it tells me that, you know, it's looking good ahead for you for the month, right? That you'll have a very good head on your shoulders, that things should be fine. That doesn't look like anything really like major will happen. That, you know, you'll have a good head on your shoulders, you know, your emotional mental health should be pretty solid, should be in check, should be no worse than they've been in the past. Maybe you'll find some inspiration, maybe some things will just be very good for you mentally. So the health looks nice. Getting some great cards, right? When it comes to money, Not all fortunes are... That's good that it resonates. Not all fortunes are made equal. But this one is pretty positive. So this is a time of respite here. The Nine of Pentacles. It's a card that represents, you know, basking in what you have, not in an overabundance, but, you know, you're able to take a relaxation. Is it too late to turn the queue? No, it's not. It's a time that you're able to sort of rest and relax and just, you know, there's not many worries when it comes to the financial, that things are going well and you don't have to worry too much about it. And let me just add you to my list that I have over here. It is the Robertson 42. There we go. There we go. That is the cue. And then for gambling, for risk-taking, seems pretty good. We have properties. How do I transform this? There we go. We have the Two of Pentacles. And the Two of Pentacles is a card that represents being very balanced, especially in regards to like finances, in regards to your materialistic values. So having this in your gambling sort of shows that, you know, there will be times where you will have to take risks, and times where taking risks won't necessarily be the best choice. You won't necessarily need to you won't need to like push yourself on this, right? When you feel the time is right. Yeah, I also had probably my worst position on the Japanese luck calendar as well, actually, Shirda. But I'll add you to the list as well. So, what it is, right? That here it's saying that do what it is that you normally do. Keep it balanced. You don't want to take too many risks. You don't want to take too little risks. So, it seems like a very solid reading. And the last card... also interesting. This is probably one of the most positive readings that I've had these past two streams. But we have the last card is, where is it? Temperance. Temperance right side up. And Temperance right side up is, again, the advice here is to just keep things in moderation, right? You don't want to give yourself too much. You don't want to give too little. What it is that you do in secret, you know, you don't want to push yourself too hard with what you're working on. And I think if you just keep a very good balanced life, if you just go through this month very, like, keeping things, being mindful of how it is that you approach things, then things should go well. I think it's a very good outlook for the month. That's my reading for you, Phantompunk. Alright. Let's see, who is next? We have Maggie, MDE Maggie 01. No problem. I'll just write Maggie. Seems easier to write than the whole name. So. Oh, that's one line too long. Let's save that. And there we go. Alright, so for her, let me just shuffle the deck a little bit more, and we will see what this has to do. And yes, thank you, Shirda. Let's just shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I feel like the worst feeling is when you get, like, when you do a really good reading for someone and the next person up gets, like, the most tragic reading ever. It's like such whiplash. But I only have so much influence over the cards. So let's do this. Let me place the cards down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. So the overall fortune for Maggie is... Ooh, I would say that is bad luck. I would read that as bad luck. So what we have here is... we have a reverse card. We have the Five of Swords in reverse. And the Five of Swords in reverse is a card that I feel is very tied closely with loss, with defeat, with, you know, it's a card that you could see in the guy in the picture. I always ascribe to the person when it's right side up, but I always feel like in reverse that you're not the person in the front with those swords. I feel like it represents that in that situation you haven't won, that you're not victorious, that it's more representative of the people walking away. Scorp Jacqueline, welcome. And Barrel7890, welcome, welcome. I'll add you guys to the list as well. So, thank you for the follows. And I'll add you to the list as well, Barrel. 7890. I'll have you guys added to the list. So, what we have here now is a card that represents, you know, there may be some hardships in the future. There might be some... It might not be as, you know, as victorious of a year. You know, things sometimes aren't as easy as they come. Not every year can be the easiest year ever, and it does suck to hear that after having two years that certainly were years back to back. But when it comes to collaboration, we have another sword. Did you join? Yes, that is... Let me just refund that. I actually can't refund from here, but I'll refund those because the 10 reps is for something else. But yes, you joined the queue. Thank you. Properties. We have the Ace of Swords in reverse. So again, the Ace of Swords usually represents triumph and victory. It usually represents, you know, a sort of victorious kind of outcome that you've overcome these challenges. And when it comes to working with others, having the Ace of Swords in reverse seems to be more indicative that the people that you work with are going to be very, very hard to work with. That working with others may be more of a trial for you than it normally is. Maybe there'll be new people that you work with, and maybe those people won't be the easiest to work with. Ah, and Bodega, of course. I'll also add you to the list. BodegaRat. So, oh, and Jason, thank you for the resubscription. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. We'll get to what we get to. What we have for the career is... Man, I literally just said it feels bad to like have a bad reading after getting a really positive reading. And the cards really just said, yeah, let's kick him in the face while we're at it. What we have here is, of course, I'll add you as well, Jason. So what we have here is the Seven of Cups in reverse, which more or less represents, you know, you feel locked into a choice. In right side up, the Seven of Cups, and thank you for the sip, the Seven of Cups represents having a lot of different choices available to you, and that, you know, those choices are very, like, they're all very interesting, they're all very different, they're all, like, very positive, but in reverse, it feels more like you can't make a choice here, that you feel like there is no options available to you, that you feel very locked into what it is that you have to do, which, again, tying that into the overall outcome, it feels like maybe this loss is coming at the cost of you feeling like there is only one thing you can do here. When it comes to health, we have this card in reverse. Let me transform this properly. What we have for the health card is the Two of Swords in reverse, which is over here. And it's a card that represents imbalance, right? A lot of the twos have a lot of bearing in, like, things being balanced out. But here you can see it's a very dangerous looking card, you know? You see the woman sitting at the stone bench with no backing behind her, holding the two swords blindfolded. And when it comes to health, I think it means that, you know, you're having this hard time balancing out that sort of thing, like keeping yourself healthy and being able to work for others, you know? That maybe the work that you have to do is making it hard for you to focus on your own health in a way that is very like negatively impactful. And that's just something to watch out for. Make sure that you aren't like overexerting yourself, because this card here does sort of imply that it's very easy. It'll be very easy for you to end up overexerting yourself and not balancing things out well. However, what we have for the money position is the Ace of Pentacles. And the Ace of Pentacles is a card that represents very much like the actualization, the realization, having that wealth that you've been like looking for, that surprisingly through all these hardships, through all this like defeats, that something good will come out of it, you know? Will it feel worth it? Will it feel great at the end? Who knows? Will you feel like the whole thing has been very difficult to get through? It's very possible. But it looks like there's a light shining there. It looks like, at least in terms of money, at least in terms of fortune, things aren't looking too down. When it comes to taking risks, and now it's very interesting to see all these cards sort of fall together. We have the Six of Pentacles right side up. And in regards to taking risks, I feel that this card very much represents, you know, being able to take risks for other people. That the risks that you take, or that you'll be more willing to sort of take risks that aren't necessarily for yourself, but for the sake of others. And I think it's just a warning to, when you do that, just make sure that you're not overexerting yourself, that you're not pushing yourself, because if you want to do work for other people, you do also have to realize that you yourself are important as well. So you don't want to just, you know, give yourself to others and then end up with nothing in return. But it seems to be hinting that that might be something that comes up in some capacity. And the advice here, interesting. I think this is a warning. It seems more like a warning card above it. Above anything else, we have the Tower as our final card. And the Tower in the advice position seems to be warning against, like, not pushing too hard, right? Not letting that hubris get the best of you. Understand that it's okay sometimes that you will need to back down. Sometimes you will need to take those losses. Sometimes you will need to put yourself in those positions where you feel locked up. But don't fight back so hard. If it's understanding that sometimes you need to fight, you shouldn't have to fight a losing battle. Sometimes you just need to know when to respectfully bow out. So what I'm getting here is that there are positives in this reading. There is some things that are realized in a very positive way, but it seems like the year itself will provide very, very big challenges for you, and it's just understanding when to pick the fights that you should and shouldn't be picking. So that's my reading for you, Maggie. Alright. Next up on the list, we have El Fofo. And then after that, we have Maro. Oh god, we added so many names to the list. Saving to a notepad document might not be the best idea. But it is what it is. We run our things, we run our stream in our own fun little janky way. Alright. El Fofo is next. Thank you. Alright, let me just shuffle these cards. Slappy wappy. And there we go. There we go. And let me just lay this down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. 7 cards, and this is for El Fofo. And let's see, the outcome for their year is... Okay. I would say that this is slightly positive. I would read this as a slightly positive fortune. Normally, the last time we saw this card, it was very negative, but I think in the reverse position, it has a much different connotation. So the Eight of Swords is a card that represents being bound, being trapped, not being able to move. But in reverse, I feel like it's a card that shows that you'll be breaking free from what it is that has made you feel so trapped in the past. That, you know, if there's been things that have been holding you back, that this card here is representation that something related to that, something related to those feelings will break through. That you won't be feeling as restricted, as bound as you once did. When it comes to working with other people, we have another card in reverse. We have Death in reverse. And Death in reverse is a card that represents either a resistance to change or that things will just stay the same. That, you know, instead of a massive change happening as Death typically does, that having this in reverse more indicates that that change is yet to come. It's maybe it will be approaching, but it's still far, far away. That the way that you interact with people will not be changed, will not be mixed up the way it is yet. It might be it might be waiting for you far ahead, but for now, it seems like the way you interact with people will be very similar to how it is that you interact with people in the past. Now, when it comes to your career, when it comes to work, what we have is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. This card's always interesting to see in reverse because, you know, it's all about luck, all about fortune, all about, you know, letting luck guide its way. And it's very similar in reverse as well. But let me just see something real quick here. It's an interesting card to read because of how dependent it is on fate. But reading it in reverse, I think, is just the idea that, you know, when we have it in right side up, it's sort of just saying that we're letting luck take the wheel, right? We're letting luck guide us through what it is that we're doing. And there's a difference between, you know, leaving it all up to chance and sort of fate dragging you along on the ground screaming and kicking. And that's sort of the idea that I get here, that things will just feel out of your hands in a way that just doesn't really feel like you really had a chance, I should say. Like, when I leave things up to chance, you know, it's just the understanding that things will go how they go. But here I interpret it more as, despite you wanting things to go a certain way, luck will always have the last laugh. And I think that's just something to prepare for, that understanding that you won't always be ready to deal with what luck deals to you. So just understand that things, even if they seem like they're in your hands, can always go differently. You know, wild card and all that. What we have for health now, very similar to the last reading, but in a less perilous sense. It's the idea that your health needs to be something that you keep in balance. And that's something that you have control of, right? Obviously, we don't have control over how we get sick or not, but like, we can control the factors that allow us to be near or around people that aren't sick. And it's just important to make sure that you don't put yourself at risk more than you need to. You don't want to you don't want to be afraid to be around people, but at the same time, you don't want to just be willy-nilly with how you interact with others and how you just sort of put yourself out there. That your health is something that you have to keep balanced out. That you don't want to just be afraid to do things because you don't want to get sick, but you don't want to overdo it as well. Now, when it comes to money, we have the Six of Wands, which we did see earlier as well. And it's a card of celebration. It's a card celebrating. People are happy. You could see it's a whole festival happening in this card. And seeing this in the reading for money sort of brings to me that there will be a victory coming towards you. There'll be something that maybe because of what it is, that this whole breakthrough here, and because of how fate has a funny way of doing things, there'll be something that is not just like a celebration for just you, but for everyone. That it's a victory for everyone involved. That it looks like good fortune will come to you and people around you. When it comes to gambling, taking risks and all that, we have the Hermit. in reverse. And I think this is an interesting card in this position. We can talk about how the Hermit is sort of a guiding figure here. He has that whole light in his hand, the lantern. He's at the top of a mountain. He's sort of just being the person who makes sure that people don't lose their way. And to have this in reverse might mean that what it is, the risks that you have to take, might not even be things that you realize are risks. That the people who usually are there to help you out, to guide you, might not be there for you when you need them to be there. So make sure you're very attentive of the situations that are around you. Make sure you're paying attention to the risks that you take. Make sure that you understand that there are risks involved in the things that you may be planning on doing, that just re-examine how you essentially approach things, because some things might seem more dangerous than initially thought. And the advice that we have here, properties, we have the Ten of Cups. So the advice here is that, you know, you find yourself in a situation where you can finally break free after feeling trapped for so long. And I think when you can let yourself be free, once you can free yourself from that, it's something that you should be happy for, and you should let other people be happy for you as well. You should be able to work together with other people. Like we see here, the way you collaborate with people doesn't seem to be impacted, but potentially you feeling free from a situation may allow it, just by the nature of that, to be different in a way that is easier to celebrate with others, in a way that is easier to collaborate and work with others. So that is what I get here. So it seems like this year will be one of a change, of a positive change, of you feeling less restricted than you usually did. So that is my reading for you, El Fofo. And next up on the list, and let me get her avatar out because I know she has a Twitter account. Let me actually log into Twitter because I wasn't logged into Twitter on this computer yet. Let me log in and let me get Maro's icon. And then we'll continue with the next fortune. Marocaron. Let's see how this fortune lines up with let's see how the fortune lines up with her her New Year's resolutions. All right. So this goes into tarot. I'm doing well. Not being on Twitter is a wise choice. I just didn't have it open as a thing. All right. Oh, Maro's face is big. Big Maro. There she is. All right. And I'm doing well. I hope everyone else is doing well. I hope everyone else is enjoying the readings. And Marocaron is next. There we go. What is a New Year fortune in the points section? Oh, it should be for 10 points. It's the one for 10 points. New Year's fortune is what it should be titled. Oh, hey Maro, welcome. That's some timing. Just in time. Let's see how your fortune goes. You came in at literally the correct time. Hopefully this lines up well with the New Year's resolutions that you made yesterday. Let's see. For our local demon tamer. The cards have called her. They knew. It's that intuition. I feel like I am needed at this time. From one mystic to another. Alright, so let's slap these together again once more. And let's see what we have here. Let's see which way the cards call. Alright. Oh, I need a coaster. Shit. There we go. Okay. So the overall reading for the fortune is... Wow. I was just joking, but I guess we can go this way. That's not the card, actually. The card that we have here, the first card, the outcome. And I would say this is probably Great Fortune, because it's an ace. By nature, aces are very good fortunes. So this is probably like read as like great luck here. So the Ace of Swords is the symbolization that the challenges that you face this year are challenges that you will be able to face head on in a great way. I don't know if it necessarily means that you will overcome those challenges, but I think that good growth will come from facing those challenges that are in front of you. When it comes to collaboration with others, we have... Let's see how your collabs will go. How will Maro's collabs go? We have the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. So the Seven of Pentacles in reverse is a card that we can see represents, you can see the man toiling at his work. He looks very wistfully. He's sort of feeling underappreciated for the work that he does. But in reverse, I think this means that when it comes to collaboration, when it comes to working with others, that you'll feel that the work that you do isn't going to be work that you do just for that recognition. That, you know, you're doing it because they're people that you care about, they're people that you want to work with, that you feel more like the reason for collaboration isn't the outcome of it, but the journey that you go along with others. For career, what we have here is the Three of Wands in reverse. And the Three of, or not in reverse, right side up. And the Three of Wands is a card that symbolizes waiting. And it's very similar to the Two of Wands in that the Two of Wands is a card that also is representative of waiting, but Ateneno, welcome. But this is a card that less symbolizes waiting for something in particular, but rather the Three of Wands is just that kind of like, it's a meditative card. You're thinking things, you're thinking about something, expecting something to happen, but you don't know what it is that will happen. And that is for the career, that is for your work. And oh, Beemo, welcome, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went well. We're currently reading through some fortunes right now. We're currently reading for Marocaron. So I hope your stream went well. And let me give you a shout out. I hope you had a good stream. What were you guys up to? Ooh, we're playing Sekiro. God, I'm so bad at FromSoft games. I like cannot get myself to play those because I'm very bad at them. I've tried playing Dark Souls 3 and I like got past the first boss. But I hope your stream went well. But for health, when it comes to health, we have the Five of Pentacles. That's good. I'm glad you had fun. We have the Five of Pentacles, which is a card that very much represents like being at your lowest point, loss, going through very big struggles. So in the health position, I feel like that's a pretty clear meaning. So just make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure you don't let yourself get to a point where, you know, your health declines like that. And I know sometimes it's not something that can be helped, but it's just something to watch out for. If you can, try to keep yourself as healthy as possible so that, you know, the illness doesn't get to you. Because it seems to be a not very positive message if it does get to you. And I definitely know what it's like to just not be able to work in the things that you want to do because of illness. It really is the worst. Now, when it comes to money, when it comes to fortune, we have the Knight of Swords. And the Knight of Swords is a card that represents an incoming challenge, right? An active challenge to you. So, you know, interestingly enough, with the Ace of Swords being represented here as well for the outcome, what I get here for the money is that what it is that you have to do, what it is related to this topic of money here, is something that you'll have to essentially tackle head on. That you're going to be taking a more proactive role in this, that You know, some people just go to a job and do the job on autopilot and then they go home. But here, whatever it is that is related to your money is something that seems to be more brain on. That you have to be very active in what it is that you're doing. There will be things that will come to challenge you for that. And of course, Beemo, I'll add you to the list. Beemo. Alright, so now, in terms of taking risks. Okay, that's an interesting one. In terms of taking risks, we have the 5 of Wands in reverse. So what this tells me is that, you know, the 5 of Wands right side up is a card of conflict. It's a card that people are in strife with each other, a card that people are not very cooperative with one another. But in the reverse, it seems more like the fighting is done, that we're not fighting, that we're not going through this strife anymore. And in regards to taking risks, it seems to tell me that, you know, that the risks you take may end up wearing you out. That, you know, when it comes to taking risks, when it comes to trying to do things differently, that you don't want to put yourself in a position where it feels like it's wearing you out. Right? You want to make sure you take safe risks, but not risks that you're not sure whether or not you'll come out well. So take the challenges head on, fight the battles that you need to fight, but don't put yourself in a position where it'll wear you out to the point where you can't work anymore. And the advice here, the story of your life, honestly, I feel that. The advice card that we have here is the 3 of Pentacles. The 3 of Pentacles is a card representing learning from others, right? You can see that there's the man inside the church and the 2 people standing below him. And I think what it's telling me, what the advice card is telling me, is that with the challenges that face you ahead, right? With the challenges that you'll be experiencing, they'll serve as very, very, very important learning experiences. That these challenges, that you're not sure how you're going to approach them, you're not sure what the outcome will be, but it's important to take the time to learn from those events. That you don't want to just, you know, face a challenge without, like, you don't want to just face the challenges and just kind of just be in that fight or flight mode where you're ready to fight and you just aren't sure, like you want to be very lucid as you're taking on what comes forward. And thank you. I'm glad you think my emotes are cute. So that's my reading for you, that it seems like there's going to be big challenges up ahead, and it seems like what it is that they're going to be very, very, very vital learning experiences for you. So that's my reading for you, Maro. I hope that helps in some way. And we'll go on to the next reading. How many remain in the queue? Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in the queue. I think the queue has just stayed the same size. But we should be able to get to them all. I think we just did like 5 or 6 readings in an hour. Oh, Kenji, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we did like 20 yesterday, I'm pretty sure, over the span of like 5.5 hours. Wanderer, GoldenKenji, of course, of course. I'll add you guys to the queue as well. And thank you for joining the classroom, Wanderer. Alright, so let's shuffle this deck. And thank you for the cheers, Jason. I appreciate it. This might be a 3-stream. It might be. It actually might be. We'll see. I don't think I have a stream planned for tomorrow. So if I have to finish all the tarot readings, I actually might do it on the 3rd as well. These tarot reading streams like don't take as much out of me as like playing a game does. And of course, it's nice, you know, like, because with the new year, it's sort of like New Year's resolutions instead of New Year's resolutions, they're like New Year's vibe checks. Just figuring out, like, having a vision to what is ahead. And what better time to do that than the start of the year? Alright, let me add Kenji. GoldenKenji. And Wanderer. Wanderer and Wanderer. Yes. Yeah, I'm glad you guys appreciate it. It's fun to do these. You feel like doing tarot readings would be more taxing for you than gaming? I guess it really is just a matter of understanding the cards, really. Understanding the cards as opposed to taking a bet on a 90% accuracy hit and then missing, which is more of a mental blow to me than anything else. I'll take a sip, though. Alright, so... for now, we are reading Raiden Shogun, who was in the chat yesterday. We don't have an image for him, so we are going to use this one. A wonderfully made blank face by Nix in the chat over there. They did a very good job with it. I don't have like a chat mascot or anything to represent the people in the chat, but I feel like that's a funny one. After you've done no more readings for a while. I mean, the redeem will still be there for regular streams, but I don't know how long it'll be for a regular, how long it'll take for a regular, like full-on dedicated tarot stream. Alright. So, what we have here for the overall reading for Raiden Shogun is... we have the King of Wands. We have the King of Wands in reverse. So this reads as a sort of troublesome fortune. It doesn't seem like a positive fortune. It reads more like what will happen in this coming year, Raiden, is that you'll feel less grounded, less stable, like things you feel like things will not be in control, or that you won't really have control of the things that go on around you. That, you know, you'll go through life, you'll have the things that you want to do and your own plans, but it feels like those plans will not feel as stable or concrete. And it feels like it'll be difficult because of that. What we have in terms of collaboration, working with others, is the Chariot. The Chariot in reverse, which again is a sign that, you know, you don't feel like you have control, that when it comes to working with other people, it feels like you're mostly getting strung along for the ride, as opposed to being able to, you know, as opposed to being able to easily interact with people. It feels more like the people that you end up having to work with are people who sort of like drag you along, that you really won't feel like you're in control of these sort of interactions. And I guess it's important to make sure that you stand your ground as best you can, because especially when things feel shaky, it's important to... Oh, Anna, welcome. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everyone. We're just doing some New Year's tarot readings. We have a bit of a queue, but you can also feel free to join in on the queue if you'd like. But let me give a shout out to Era. What were you guys up to? Era channel. You're just chatting? Oh, I'm just chatting. I remember you said you were back, so I suppose it's been a while since you were able to last stream. So I'm glad you were able to, and thank you for the raid. I hope you guys had a wonderful chatting stream. We're just currently going through some tarot readings for people in chat right now. What we have for the career path here now, for the career card, is the Seven of Swords in reverse. And what the Seven of Swords in reverse is representative of is the idea that, you know, you can get away with the things that you're doing, that you can be very, very, very sneaky with yourself. You can do things without being noticed. But having it in reverse seems to show that when it comes to work, that you won't really be able to get away with what you think you're getting away with. That, you know, the idea that you think, like, in Metal Gear Solid, when Solid Snake is hiding in a box, everyone knows he's hiding in a goddamn cardboard box. But the Seven of Swords shows that while there may be things that you think you're getting away with, or things that you might be secretive about, you're not being secretive about it. That those plans aren't as, like, hidden as you think they are. So it might be better to just be open about what it is that you're doing, because things seem to not be going well for you in this reading. Now, when it comes to health, we have the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, which again is a very not great card to see in reverse. The Ace of Pentacles is a card, again, it's representing the actualization of like material values, of wealth and all that stuff. But having it in reverse here sort of represents that, you know, that sort of like financial instability, which in regards to health may represent more that, again, the way the whole reading here is centered around the reverse King of Wands, that things are not going to be very stable when it comes to your health. That you want to make sure that, you know, you can do what you can about your health, and it's advised that it's advised that in general people just take care of their own health. But it's very hard to tell like which way the wind will blow when it comes to like things that you don't really have control over, you know? You can never tell when your bones are just suddenly going to decide to be not great. And Shirocumula, welcome. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for the stretch redeem, Jason. But going to the other side of the spread now, we have the, I can count, Eight of Pentacles in reverse. And this is a card that represents sort of meticulous action, working hard, focusing on honing your craft. But having it in reverse sort of shows a sort of carelessness, or sort of that, you know, you might not be as aware of what you're doing as you plan on doing. So just make sure that, you know, you're watching out. You're not like trying to, what is it? That you're not ignoring what it is that you have to do, right? That you're not just going through the motions, but you're paying attention to the work that you have to do, because, you know, it's important to not do a bad job when you're like doing your work. Now, when it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, when it comes to, you know, being dangerous and all that, we have the Nine of Pentacles. A lot of coins in this reading here. But this one, finally, the first card that isn't reversed. So it's important to understand that, you know, when it comes to taking risks, you're sort of at this point where it seems like you can take or leave the risks, right? That you're at a point where you feel that, you know, if you don't take a risk, it won't be a big deal. If you do take the risks, it won't be a big hit to you. But also, just because the way the whole rest of this reading is, make sure that you're not thinking that because you're just used to how that is. That you make sure that you're understanding that risks are important to take sometimes, but make sure that you don't let it, make sure that the way everything else is going, just because it's how you used to do things before, that you're not getting too comfortable with taking them in the future. And the advice here, interesting. We have the King of Wands in reverse as the sort of question here, and we have the King of Swords in right side up as the advice. So if the King of Wands in reverse is talking of instability, of not being grounded, not being able to find your footing, the King of Swords as the advice card sort of is recommending that even at a disadvantage, even when you are on the back foot, even when you're not sure what's going on, to make sure that you're just doing your best, doing things in earnest, doing things in a way that, you know, you're just facing those challenges head on. You're not doing anything in any sneaky way. Again, we can see that when you try to be sneaky, that it doesn't really work out to the point where people know that you are aware of what you're doing. Just go head on to your challenges, be honest, and make sure that you're just trying to find your footing again, because that's the most important thing, is to, when you lose your balance, to try and regain it. So it seems like it might be a rough year, but just focus on that balance is what I would say. That's my reading for you, Raiden. And again, thank you again for the raid, Erda. I really appreciate it. I hope your stream went well. Alright. So now, who's up next in the queue? Next up in the queue we have... we have 10 up in the queue. Neapolitanne, the ice cream slime. If I knew how to spell her name, I could get her icon up here. There we go. So let us get her image here. And let's see how her fortune will be. Let me just replace this image here. There we go. Alright, so next up. Reading for this ice cream slime. Man, looking at her icon makes me want to eat some Neapolitan ice cream. I remember when I was a kid, I used to do that thing that a lot of other people did, where I would eat the chocolate and the strawberry, and then anytime you'd open the carton of ice cream, you'd just see like a huge chunk of vanilla. But I've grown, I'm mature now, I'm an adult, I can enjoy my vanilla just as much as I enjoy my chocolate and my strawberry. So, you know, a scam. You miss Neapolitan. Do they not sell Neapolitan ice cream anymore around you, Jason? But like, I don't know. When you're a kid, vanilla is such a boring flavor. You know, when I'm a kid, I want the sweet flavors. I want the strawberry, I want the chocolate. I can't handle vanilla. But now, I feel like I also would probably avoid... I actually don't think I would avoid any of the flavors. I think I would be fine with all of them equally. And I would probably do the thing where I just mix all 3 flavors together into one just hell ice cream. Sometimes you just have to put a bunch of flavors in at once and see just what happens. It's like when you go to the restaurant and you make the... I don't even know what they call it anymore, but like when you go to the soda fountain and you just push the soda cup under every single flavor and just chug it. I think they called it a suicide, but that's like a very grim name. But, you know, I used to do that where I used to make concoctions, like, you know, you'd like mix like Mountain Dew with like Dr. Pepper or something. But I guess now they have Coke-free swamp mix. Yeah, that's one of the things I heard. That's one of them. I was gonna call it like a McGangbang, but that's something completely different. I think that's like where you get like a couple of different kinds of McDonald's sandwiches and just layer them all together, which also sounds delightful. Yeah, I remember the word swamp. The word swamp alone is like triggering something in my brain. I think some people call it like swamp juice or something. But just the idea of just going absolutely apeshit at the restaurant, at the local McDonald's, just like smashing that cup under everything. Oh yeah, it was the McDouble and the McChicken for the McGangbang. You are correct. And then you put the chicken inside the 2 patties from the McDouble. That's the strat. And of course, Shudo, I will also add you to the queue. So we have Shiro, Cumula. And let's see. For 10, let's see what her cards will say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You did that with your brother at Carl's Jr.'s? The McGangbang or make swamp juice? Because, you know, I used to do like both take the entire soda fountain and also like mix specific flavors. I remember at school we used to make this thing called a stamina potion, which was Mountain Dew and Powerade, and it would like turn this very funky green. Like Mountain Dew is already green, but the teal power of the blue Powerade just like really accentuates the color to a point where it looked almost nuclear. Like it almost looks radioactive. But damn if that didn't taste good. Stamina potion got me through a lot of classes. Was it gross? Probably. Was I a dumb college student? Yes, absolutely. Okay, let's get to the reading now. Stamina potion. It was, and I was friends with a bunch of like LARPers and tabletop players, so you know they were into like very just absurd like D&D-esque item names when it came to just making mixed drinks. But Stamina potion was the one that always stuck out in my mind. Alright. So here we have a card in reverse, but it's not a bad card to have. It's just not as positive as if it was in reverse. But there's some cards that even if they're in reverse, they're not necessarily a negative connotation. So the way I read this one, we have the Sun. We have the Sun in reverse. So the Sun is very good. The Sun is very much one of the more positive cards in the Major Arcana. Having it in reverse has me say that this is more of a, this is a positive fortune, but not like a, somewhere like laying in between like a neutral fortune and a positive fortune, like a good fortune. It's like slightly, like if you had to make a needle and like tilt it left or right, if left was bad and good was right, I would say like instead of being in the top middle, it'd be like there, tilting my head a little to the side. You just called Swamp Juice, not Coke. But what it is that the Sun in reverse is this idea that the sun is shining. The Sun is a guy that like sort of leads you through tough times. That, you know, when it comes to these like cosmic cards like the moon, the sun, the star, the Sun I always see as a bright light through cloudy days. And in reverse, I see it more as the sun shining, peeking through the clouds, that there is a guiding light there. It's not the full sun peeking out, but it is something to look towards. That what the goal may not be fully clear, it might be obscured a little bit, but there is that little bit of sunlight peeking through, leading you to your goal this year. What it is that you have to just look past the clouds in order to see it. When it comes to collaborations and working with others, we have, let me see, we have the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So pages always represent cards that are like messengers, people, a message being sent to you as a person. And what I get when it comes to collaborations as the Page of Pentacles is that in reverse, it might feel that you're giving more than you're getting when it comes to working with others. And that's just something you have to watch out for when it comes to working with people, that you always want it to be equal. You don't want it to be just one-sided, right? You don't want it to be imbalanced. When it comes to working with others, when it comes to collaborating with others, you always want to make sure that you're both being equal in what is happening here. So just make sure that you're watching out for yourself when it comes to working with others. Now, when it comes to your work, your career, we'll look at this through the lens of you as a streamer. We have the Eight of Wands, or the Eight of Cups in reverse as well. This is a very upside down fortune. But the Eight of Cups in reverse is a card that represents regrets. It's a card representing that you're leaving things behind, that you have good things with you, but you still have to leave them behind regardless. In reverse, the way I see it in this position here, the way I see the Eight of Cups here is that, you know, it's an understanding that you have to leave things behind. That instead of having the regrets that they have in the normal reading of this card, that the man walking away is more representative of understanding that you need to leave this behind. It's not a regretful card, but rather an understanding of doing what you have to do, leaving behind what you have to leave behind in order to move on to better things. Now for health, we have the Knight of Cups. And the Knight of Cups, right side up, again, is a more active messenger when it comes to cards compared to the pages, but it's a symbol of health, it's a symbol of emotional and mental stability. So the way I see it here, the way I see the Knight of Cups in the health position, is that your health should be fine. It doesn't seem like a very negative card in regards to it, or that, if anything, that if your health wasn't great, that it's a sign that things will be getting better for you. That serving as a messenger, because we saw the Queen of Cups earlier in another reading today, and I indicated that more representing that your health will be good. But seeing the Knight of Cups here, I think, is a more forward message of things will be getting better for you in regards to your health. When it comes to money, when it comes to fortune, when it comes to wealth, we have Three of Swords in reverse. So what it means here is that there might have been things that you've done, things that you've purchased maybe, that you might have regretted, but the possibility that there is a likeliness that even though you may have regretted at first, even though there are things that you feel like you might not have, you should not have like used your money for or spent on, that the regret that you feel from that will heal and might turn to something that you feel more proud of, happier that you have spent. You know, sometimes people will feel like buyer's remorse about things, but you know, sometimes you might realize that what you felt remorse about, maybe it was just because like you hadn't gotten used to it yet. Maybe now that time has passed, you'll realize that, oh, maybe this purchase was worthwhile. Then we have in reverse, interesting. In the gambling section, we have the moon in reverse, which is interesting. Both these lunar cards, both these cosmic cards are in reverse here and next to each other. But the moon in reverse here speaks to more confusion. It speaks that if I said that the sun in reverse talks about how the skies are cloudy and the sun is peeking through, the moon in reverse talks similarly of that you can't even see the moon. Normally you can see like the sun peeking out through a spot in the clouds, but with the moon, all you sort of just see is, you know, something very blurry, something very unclear. And having it underneath, having it in the gambling position, in the risk-taking position, means that, I said this in another reading, that the risks that you take, you might not even be aware are risks, right? That it seems like there's just what it is, the things that you want to take risks on, you have no idea how they'll go. Like, the choices that you make won't feel like they're choices that are risky maneuvers. But I think the idea here is to just be wary of the choices that you make, be wary of what you do moving forward, and just, it seems to be a very cautious kind of card. One warning to look before you leap, really. And the advice that we have here, the final card, there's quite a bit of major arcana in this reading. We have the Magician right side up. And the Magician in the right side up position, to me, tells me that, you know, if we have the sun here, if we have the sun saying that there is a shining light somewhere that you can see, that you can reach out towards, to reach out and channel that energy, channel your focus towards that one path. If there's something, if there's a goal that you have in mind, even if it doesn't seem like the clearest path to get to, follow through the light peeking through the clouds, channel that energy, channel that inspiration that you have, and use this to sort of further what it is that you want to do. Follow that inspiration that you're feeling, and it seems like it's a more positive outcome there. So that's my reading for you, Tan. Alright, so next up we have... Who is next? Let me just shuffle these cards a little bit. And we have... Fleur. I'm gonna get Fleur's image. There we go. And let me just save. And here we are. So for Fleur, your image doesn't fit in the circle. Let me just adjust that so there's no weird hole peeking through. There we go. So for Fleur's reading, let's see. Let's see what cards we draw here. Oop, 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 oop. Let's see. Let me just shuffle these cards around. Oop. That's a very shiny. the cards slipped out of my hand and they just reflected along my ring light. And god, these are like gold foil cards. So when they hit against light, they get really, really, really bright. There we go. And just cut it twice more. And let me do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. So now for Fleur's reading. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is. It's a very pretty deck. I got it for Christmas last year, actually. Because, I had gotten a similar deck where it was black and gold, but it wasn't foil shiny. And Wisteria was upset because she thought it was going to be like the shiny gold thing. But she found another deck that was exactly like she thought it would be. So she got that for me as well. So now I have a black and gold deck and a gold and black deck. Oh, I got it in 2020. At the end of 2020. Anyway, here's Fleur's first card. We'll start the reading off. And what we have for Fleur's reading is bad luck. We have transform. I'll send you the pictures. Yeah, I'll let you know what they look like. But this is not the greatest fortune. This is... The worst thing about giving a bad fortunes is you can't really make these nice. It's the Ten of Swords. It's a card that represents defeat, it represents loss, it represents pain. And as a year, it seems like there may be very much hardships to be faced for you, Fleur. So, the best that we can do is prepare for those hardships. But I can say without a doubt that this is not good fortune. This is bad luck. What we have for the collaboration here is we have the Hanged Man right side up. So the Hanged Man right side up means that he's no longer hanging from his leg. He is right side up. Typically the Hanged Man is a symbol of self-sacrifice and putting yourself out there on the line, like very much a card of sacrificing yourself. But in reverse means that you are no longer in that position. That maybe at one point you felt like you were sacrificing yourself or like giving yourself for others, but now it seems more like you're focused on yourself. You're more focused on not really like hurting yourself for the sake of your craft, which is it's not necessarily a bad or good thing, but sometimes you need to watch out for yourself. Sometimes you need to take care of yourself. So what it seems here in collaborations is less focus on you like putting yourself out there, less focus on you hurting or doing things at your own expense, and more just doing things because you want to, right? Not doing things because, or not doing things to the point where it like ends up hurting you, but doing things, you know, not necessarily like doing things to the point where it hurts you. That's what I'm trying to get at, sorry. Like, if you think something is going to be very much a pain, it seems like it might be best to avoid doing things that will put you out, essentially. When it comes to career, when it comes to streaming, when it comes to just your stream as a whole, we have the Chariot. I think this is the first time I've actually seen this card not reversed in a reading today, or on these past two streams. But the Chariot is a card that represents, you know, moving forward, controlling what it is in front of you. You know, the Chariot Rider is controlling these two Sphinxes, dragging this chariot forward, understanding the forces that push you forward, and just having control over the reins of them, you know? So even though it feels like there might be losses to be faced overall, you have confidence in what it is that you're doing, that even if the road looks grim ahead, you have control over what's going on. What we have for health here is... Wait. I was wondering if like the sound from the kitchen was picking up from the microphone. I don't think it is. I don't think music is playing aside from just the Zatsu music. But what we have here is the Nine of Swords in reverse. Okay, just making sure, because like the music, I can very clearly hear music from the kitchen, but I guess it's just how the microphone picks things up that it won't pick it up. Anyway, what we have here is the Four of Swords. Or not the Four of Swords, the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords is a card representing, you know, awaking from a nightmare, but like having the premonition that something bad is coming. Having this in reverse sort of shows that, you know, again, it's still not great. Those tarot readings make me want to draw a free-to-use deck. Yeah, it is. Because, like, when it comes to, like, tarot deck projects, I've seen a lot of different communities do, like, tarot deck projects. I've seen, like, Fire Emblem tarot decks, and I've seen, like, Homestuck tarot decks. But it's 78 different images, and all with, like, iconography that you have to, like, make readable as well. But the way I see this, right, the way I see the Nine of Swords is less that, you know, if the Nine of Swords right side represents a nightmare, I think in reverse it represents less of those fears taking control of you, and more that you have more control over those thoughts, right? That you're not letting those nightmares and those fears take a hold of you and like sort of stop you from doing it what it is that you want to do, not letting it impede you, not letting that sort of mentality get to you as a person. So it feels more that you have control over what it is that you want to do. When it comes to fortune, when it comes to money, we have the Three of Wands, which we actually saw in, I think it was Maro's reading, but the Three of Wands. The Three of Wands right side up. The Three of Wands right side up, again, is a card that represents a more meditative kind of waiting, that you're not sure if anything is going to come, but you feel that there is merit in waiting. That when it comes to what it is, like fortune, wealth, not even like material wealth, but like things that make you feel like mentally like enriched, that kind of wealth and fortune, you feel like it's worth it to wait, even if you're not sure if there's something to be waiting for. That, you know, patience will pay off in the end. Then for gambling, for risk-taking, I actually think the same card was in the same position, which at this point isn't a surprise. It's gonna happen. We have the Tower in this position, in the same orientation. The Tower in reverse for gambling gives me the idea that, you know, for taking risks, things have gotten bad already. There's, like, at the lowest point, you might as well, if there's risk that, like, if things have gotten bad already, there's no point in changing things up, or no harm in changing things up, right? That, you know, if you feel like you've hit a wall, if you feel like things have gone just really wrong, if you're feeling like some kind of like block or something, that it might be worth it to just go all in, go and take a risk. Because, you know, if you're stuck, if you don't have any idea what it is that you want to do, if you feel like you've hit this like a low point, you might as well just go in and, you know, take a dive, take a chance, and see where it leads you. And the advice here that is given is, for the advice card, we have the Six of Wands. So the Six of Wands as a card is very representative of celebration, celebrating with others, being cheered on, and that kind of stuff. What it reads to me is that for the overall reading, it seems like things will be tough. It seems like there will be pain, there will be very much hardships that you'll have to deal with, things that will make you feel like you're at a loss, things that will make you feel defeated, and there might be points where you need to just go all in because you feel like that's all you can do. Even if it feels like you have control, I think looking at these cards here, especially these three cards, I would focus on the fact that just if you feel like there are things that you do have control of, use what you can, use what you know you have power over in order to make things work out for you in the end. That there will be causes to celebrate, there will be things to cheer on, there will be people to celebrate with, people to be happy for, and I think if you focus on your energy on the things that you know you can focus on, I think that would be what's best for you. And just knowing that there might be hardships, there might be losses, and there might be things that you think might not have worked out the way they do. But I think if you just focus your energy onto the next project, you know, just move on after things don't work out, I think that is what the cards are calling me to say. Just, the defeats will be there, the losses will be there, and you just have to move on from them. Which is always hard, you know? Sometimes when things don't go out, you feel at a loss, you feel like things have just gone real bad, and sometimes you just want to, like, just take a break. But here it's saying to take control over what you feel like you have control over at the very least. Alright, and now, with that being said, there's one more reading to do before we get to all the readings that were requested this stream. That's actually not too bad. We have Queen of Cups, who was here last night. So let's replace this face. And there we go. Eh? There we go. There we go. So for the Queen of Cups. What are the odds that someone named the Queen of Cups and also the Queen of Wands both come in? Thank you, Shira. I'm glad you think so. And yeah, I suppose I'll do that. I'll walk around for a bit. I'll take a quick idle break. I'll be right back. Give me just a moment and we'll get to the next reading. Yeah, I'll do it after this reading. So after this reading, we'll be done with all the ones from yesterday. Now we'll finish this up. We'll finish this up. And that'll probably be a solid 2 hours. And then I'll probably take a quick, like, 3-5 minute break. You had a book of cloud cards you used to use. Oh yeah, the cloud cards from Card Captors. I love the art on the cloud cards from Card Captors. It's the art and the design. Also, the way... I loved how thin the cloud cards look, too. Like, tarot cards are already very thin looking. But, like, the cloud cards were, like... If tarot cards are in, like, a very, like, rectangular aspect ratio, like... Those were in, like, ultra widescreen. I'm still sad that, like, when I was, like, more into Homestuck, that I wasn't able to, like, really back things on Kickstarter. Because when they were making the Homestuck game, one of the backing rewards was a Homestuck tarot deck. And I was still very much into tarot at the time. So I really wanted that deck, but I just wasn't able to back it at the time. But, you know, maybe it's better off not having that. Homestuck is better left in the past, I think. Alright. You regret getting that deck? I'm so sorry, Bodega. Oh. So for the Queen of Wands. Oh. How fortuitous that someone with a tarot-inspired name gets a card like this. I also didn't realize how much of a tarot community there was on Twitch. Like, people just go around tarot streams getting fortunes. I didn't realize that that was a thing. But it's nice, I guess. Allows people to really practice and refine their craft. But for the Queen of Cups, your first card is the World, which is very much a card that represents the sort of finality. It represents a very positive outcome. It pretty much represents, like, they come for the tarot, they stay for the Ellie. I hope that's the case. But it represents that if there's a goal that you've had in mind, a Chupa friend of yours also does readings. Yeah, I know of a couple that do. Like, I know Atropa does, and I know Atropa does readings. I know Mal has done readings, and I think they're like the two that I've talked to before. And I think Latanya does readings as well. If you can imagine doing like a tarot collab, that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, we have the World here, which represents sort of achieving a goal, right? So I would say that this is probably the best fortune one of the best cards you could get. Like, this is best fortune, this is best luck. The World. It shows that there's going to be some kind of realization or some kind of goal that you've been working towards that gets completed. When it comes to working with others, Remember a lady waiting at a bus stop taking the adult local newspaper just because she wanted... Yeah, there's a lot of people who are into like stuff like horoscopes and everything like that. Oh, wow! The Queen of Cups, welcome. Yes, this is your reading. Yes. What timing? That's the second time this has happened to stream. So, like I said, the world is a card that represents achieving a goal. It represents finality. It represents that something that you've been working on will be seen through to the end. Perhaps the cards were calling you, just like they were calling Maro earlier. But the next card that we have here is Temperance, in right side up. What this tells me is that when it comes to readings, right? When it comes to, not readings, when it comes to working with others, when it comes to collaborating with others, that what you do will be very balanced, right? That the interactions you have will be very equal, that you won't feel like anyone's giving or taking too much. Elliot's cards go pss, 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 when it's your turn. But it's a very good card. It represents that the relationships that you have, the way you work with other people will be very balanced, very in line, that it won't feel like you're giving more than you're taking or vice versa. When it comes to your career, we have the Star, also right side up. Twitch, don't ban me. This is like tasteful artistic nudes. I have too much titty on my screen right now. It's fine because it's tarot cards, right? We have the Star, which on the career path represents... Look, am I wrong? But we have the Star here, and the Star is a card that, similar to the Sun, it represents having a guiding light, showing that when it comes to your job, when it comes to the work that you do, that there's going to be a clear path forward, that there's going to be some kind of reward, some kind of goal that you're running towards, which does fall in line with the world being there as well, that, you know, if this reading, the outcome of this reading is saying that you're going to reach some kind of finality or some kind of answer to a question that you've had, that the Star is going to be guiding you in regards to your work, to what it is that you're working towards. When it comes to health now, we have the Queen of Pentacles, right side up. You're curious about health. So the Queen of Pentacles, the Pentacles cards again, talks about money, it talks about finances, and with the Queen of Pentacles, it's a little tricky to talk about, but we can interpret it as either two ways. The Queen of Pentacles being someone that we know, or you could represent yourself as well. But that idea of nurturing, caring, I think the way I'm reading this is that when it comes to your health, that, you know, it doesn't seem like a negative thing. It doesn't seem like there's going to be much to worry about in regards to your health. At least when it does, it doesn't seem like it'll have anything, and it won't be anything that will be like financially like destructive or anything. That maybe there will be things that you'll have to take care of, but it won't be things that will like very much hurt you in a way that will be like materialistic things like finance and stuff. That I think your health seems to be positive, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything severe that will be happening to you. So overall, it seems like a very positive sign here, having the Queen of Pentacles right side up. When it comes to money now, we have... It's interesting that we start with the World, and seeing all this major arcana here is very interesting. We have Death here. We have Death for money, which in reverse tells me that how your financial status is going to be roughly the same as it's always been, which is interesting. With the way this whole like realization is, the way the career is, that things will still be consistent, right? Which could be a good thing, that depending on like how stable you are at whatever it is that leads to your money right now. So like maybe the best thing is for you to be where you're at right now. Maybe that is the realization. Maybe things staying the same could be what you want. Maybe it is the choice that you're getting guided towards. But with Death in reverse here, it seems to be pointing towards less of a focus on change and more of a focus on staying where you are. Now, when it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, we have our first unnamed card. Everything else had a label on it. This one just has a number. And we have the Six of Wands in reverse. So the Six of Wands, or not the Seven of Wands. The Seven of Wands in reverse. As a card, the Seven of Wands talks about having to defend yourself, fighting people back. It's similar to the Five of Wands where it shows a bunch of people fighting in a sort of big brawl. But with the Seven of Wands, it shows you fighting back against 6 other people with wands. In reverse, what this tells me is that the conflict is over, that you don't have to defend yourself, that maybe these people are allies instead of enemies. And the way I take this when it comes to risks is, I think it's something that you should make sure that you consult with others before you attempt to make any big hasty decisions. Before you take your risks, I think the idea that I'm getting here is that you should try and consult the people around you first. Don't just try to think of these things on your own, but instead refer to the people around you. And lastly, the last card that we have here for advice. And it's interesting because of how many major arcana and like court cards there are here. Like, this is a very strong fortune. When there's like a lot of major arcana and even like the court cards, it speaks that the reading has more strength. Usually people say that the more of those kinds of cards you see, like the more influential the reading is. So having the world of all cards there being sort of the center and all these other major arcana appearing is very interesting. But as advice, the Queen of Wands, she represents a figure who is very grounded, very stable, and just unswayed, unmoving, you know? She understands, she has empathy, she's a nurturing figure, but she's not one who doesn't... She's one who understands the world around her. She's very level-headed, and I think the idea that I get here from the Queen of Wands being the advice card is to keep that cool level head, right? In order to get to that final answer that you want, in order to sort of get to that realization that the world represents, I think it's just making sure that you keep a cool level head, staying balanced in all that you do, making sure that you don't just do things on your own, but rather making sure that you're keeping in contact with the people that you trust as well. And who knows, maybe things do need to stay the same for them to change. Who knows? But overall, it seems like there is a guiding light ahead that will be leading you to something more positive. And that is my reading for you. I hope that helps. And now, with that being said, we have the rest of the readings to go through. But before I do that, I am going to take a quick little break, short little faculty meeting. I'll be right back. Just give me a couple minutes, all right? Let me just shuffle this deck once a little bit. Of course, no problem. Glad it was helpful. 1 second. There we are. We're back. Alright. So let's shuffle the deck, and we'll be reading for... We just read for the Queen of Cups, and now we're going to be reading for the Queen of Wands, who was our first guest here today. And I think it's kind of funny how they were back-to-back pretty much. What are the chances that two people have such similar names? I guess the chances aren't too low when you go through tarot streams. I think blackweed is afterwards. I think blackweed is right after. I don't know if I went in redeem order, but yeah. It's Queen of Wands, and then blackweed, and then Z Robertson, then Shiirahime, then Scorp Jacqueline, then Beryl 7809, then Bodega, then Jason, then Beemo, then Kenji, then... Let me also readjust my list. There we go. There we go. Yeah. We have quite a few more people to go through. Let me see. Yeah. Actually, no, not too many. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, just 12. We can get through that just fine. Let me shuffle the deck. Thank you, Nix. Alright. So, let's sort these cards out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 7 cards. And we have... Let's reset these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the reading for the Queen of Wands now. I would say that this is bad luck. Not like terrible luck, but not great luck. We have here the outcome for your year, Queen of Wands, is Temperance in reverse. So what this tells me is that through this year, things might feel out of balance, right? You might feel more indulgent in certain things, or you might lose focus on certain things, but it might be easy for you to fall out of balance with the things that you've been doing. It might be easy to sort of fall into routines that might not be as balanced out in your life as they used to be. So just make sure that you're not trying to fall out of that balance. Temperance is a card that represents moderation in all things. So if you're sort of overindulging in something or just forgetting about certain other things, you want to make sure that you're just being conscious of that. What we have in regards to collaborations and working with others, we have... That's not the right card. We have the Queen of Swords in reverse. So let's flip this upside down. Hey Slepnir, welcome, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, we've just been doing readings for people so far. We've gone through about like a good 12 of them, or 12, I think maybe more. But yeah, we've just been going through this. We had like a bit of a backlog to go through, and now we're on to people who redeemed their fortunes today. And these are all readings for the new year. So this is the Queen of Swords. And what it represents in terms of the challenge position is that, it represents a figure who may or may not be, or may probably be very intimidating, very hard to work with. It might seem to be a challenge to work with other people this year compared to the previous. Like, maybe there might be people that you meet that will be harder to work with, They won't be as, like, warm, as welcoming as usual, as compared to what you're used to. So, just make sure that, you vibe with people, Make sure that you try to do your best to work with the other people if they're not making it easy for you to work with them. Huh. What we have for here, the career card, we have the World in reverse, which is still not a bad card to get in reverse. The World still represents the idea of, coming to some kind of outcome, coming to some kind of solution. But having it in reverse means that the path to that solution, the way to get to that solution, might not be as clear, might not be as obvious, that it might kind of just happen without you realizing that it does. As opposed to sort of like you getting to this actualization yourself. It's just something that might end up falling into your lap, And when we place that in regards to the idea of a career, It might mean that, you know, something good might happen, something positive might happen, but it's not something that you're sure you understand how you got to there. It might just be something that happens. And that's just being aware of things left up to chance, being left up to the way things go. Sometimes things are just out of our control, but sometimes good things happen regardless. When it comes to health, now, we have let me get this flipped upside down. We have the Six of Wands in reverse. And the Six of Wands in reverse, for the health position, sort of represents that, you know, instead of sort of celebration, usually the celebration would represent in this position, like, you know, getting past something, like good health, good spirits, everyone's happy. In reverse, it might mean that there might be some things that will be coming up that you might, you know, things that will be worrisome, things that, you know, people, I don't want to say like bad things, but like you might want to watch out for your health, make sure that, you know, things don't go too south, because with the Six of Wands in reverse, it kind of shows that, you know, there'll be cause for worry from more than just like a solitary thing, that a lot of people might be worried. So just make sure you're watching out there. When it comes to money now, we have the Eight of Swords in reverse. Eight of Swords in reverse, which is that idea that, you know, if you feel bound, if you feel like there's been something holding you back, something that, you know, has been keeping you from succeeding in the way that you want to succeed, that you'll break through that, you know? That maybe, like how I said that we have the World in reverse here, maybe something related to your work will cause you to sort of like break free from whatever it was that made you feel like you were being bound or restricted. Now when it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, we've seen this card in this exact position today, actually. We have browse, we have, where are you? Where is this? This is the Nine of Pentacles right side up. So it's that idea that, you know, when it comes to risk taking, it's not necessarily something that has a massive impact. It's not something that is necessarily going to be big, majorly, or negatively. That, you know, if you feel like there are risks that you want to take, you can feel free to take them. And if you feel averse to them, it wouldn't be like a major negative to not take them. Oh, Kannazuki, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you could stop by. We did your fortune at the start. You were actually the first one. So if you want to go back, I think you can check the VOD backwards even while I'm live and see what the result of your fortune was. But for you, Queen of Wands, the Nine of Pentacles sort of represents that gambling isn't going to be a big factor, that taking risks, it doesn't seem like there are any major risks or challenges or gambles that you'll be having to take here, and that things that you do, they'll be nice, they'll be a nice extra thing, but it's not sort of the main focus of the year. And advice here, the advice card that we have is the, did you get a Camilla GF? I don't think the cards really guided me towards that kind of result. I don't remember what the cards I drew for you were, but I remember saying that it didn't seem like that was the answer. The final card for you, Queen of Cups, or Queen of Wands, is, if I could find it in the alphabet here, Justice. Justice, upright. So the idea here, the advice here is to make sure if your life starts feeling out of balance, the way seems unclear, if things seem hard, just remember that inner moral compass you have. Remember that inner sense of right and wrong. Think about what you're doing. Reflect on what it is that you're doing. If things seem like, if you feel like things are getting out of whack, just take the step back. Think about what it is that you're doing. Think about what it is that you want to do. Think about how it is that you want to approach it. But just make sure that you are taking the time to focus on yourself. Don't let things just sort of fall out of balance, as they can be prone to doing. Make sure that if you think things feel wrong for some reason, Don't just let life pass you by. Don't just continue in doing the same thing over and over again. Think about what you feel is right, what you feel is wrong. Think about that more closely. So it's just thinking about, thinking about how you should approach things this year. Make sure you're aware of what it is that you want to happen. So now that that's done, next up we have blackweed. So let me hit save. And let me do this. There we go. There we go. Let's clear out the table once more. And let's shuffle this bad boy up. Without dropping cards out of the deck. Every time I do that, I feel like such a weenie. Like, I can't even shuffle a deck of cards properly. Come on. Alright. The cards are tired. The cards are getting a little sleepy. Okay. Ooh, that was a nice shuffle. That was a very nice shuffle. I'm very confident in that one. That one felt very smooth. Okay. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. So this one's for you, blackweed, if you're still here. I know everyone from this point on, were people who appeared during today's stream. So it's fine if you're not. The VOD will always be up. Oh, that's a good fortune. That is a very positive fortune. So what we have here is the Ten of Cups. Ten of Cups very much signifying a sort of time of peace, a time of happiness, a time of cherishing with others, celebrating with others, happiness, good fortune. And with the cups, it's more of a symbol of like emotional and mental health, very much like feeling at peace with yourself and with the people around you. So I would say that this is a great fortune. Now, when it comes to collaborations, which this is interesting, because here we have a card that signifies, unity with others, being with other people. What we have for the collaboration card, what we have for the card that represents how we are with other people, rotate, transform, we have the Eight of Cups, which is a card that does symbolize regrets, but it represents the card of leaving things behind that were good, but having to do it because, something happened. There's something that may or may not have been under your control, but, it's something that you have to leave behind. So the idea here might be that, there are some things... One second. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, we're all right. Sorry. So what this represents is that, if we're talking about a period of time that represents, happiness, celebrating with others, and a card that, in regards to working with others, represents leaving things behind, it might represent, like, you might have to start working with new people. There might be a new group of people that you meet, but it seems like that group of people that you meet will be ones that, it's hard to leave behind what you have. I usually think about these kinds of cards. Yeah, you can still redeem. You can still redeem a reading. It's a card that represents, like leaving things behind even though they're good, but it's possible that it could mean that you'll be moving on to something better, Sometimes I think about like when people like have to give up a job that they liked, or like they enjoyed the people that they worked with, but they're moving on to something new. And it just is kind of a thing that happens. Let me decide to the list there. Yes. Now when it comes to career, Card 3. We actually had the same card in one of the earlier readings for today. We have the Seven of Cups in reverse. So again, it's a card that represents the idea that, you know, the path that you have leading, the path in front of you is one that is very much set out for you already, that it doesn't feel like you have choice in what you do, that there is one specific path that you have to take at this point. So it could mean, it could be very much related to that whole collaboration thing, that maybe you have to move on to something new, and you know what that thing you have to move on to is already, so that is that one choice. In the health section, wrong card, we have the Five of Wands, not the Six of Wands, but the Five, which again is a card that represents struggle, it represents, you know, a trial, it represents a very big conflict. And in this sense, the way I see it is that, you know, in the health section, being in reverse might mean that as opposed to just having all this fighting and strife going on, it might represent the worn out nature after the fight has concluded, you know? And in health, it just might represent that you might be very tired, right? That this year might be a very tiring year, a very taxing year on you. So you want to make sure that you don't let that get the best of you, you know? It's easy to just get tired out and worn out by things and not want to really do anything after that. But sometimes you just have to push through and not get beaten down, like the people in that card are. What we have for money now is the Page of Cups. So again, there's a lot of cups in this reading. Over half the cards in this reading are cups, and it shows that there's a lot of bearing on this reading in regards to that sort of emotional and mental wellness, that creative energy, and it might represent here in the money section that with the Page of Cups, it might show that the outcome for money is that you feel like maybe your creativity is being hampered at the sake of your fortune, or it feels like you've hit the sort of like creative block when it comes to the way you want to approach your work. Or maybe that doing the work that you do is a little bit more taxing on you mentally and emotionally than it has been in the past. But it just is how it is, right? That sometimes, you know, work gets really hard, sometimes things just get to you, and, you know, it's not easy to deal with. But it's just something that, you know, even through the hardships, we gotta persevere. Now, when it comes to gambling, we have the World. You've seen this card come up quite a bit today. I feel like I usually don't see this card come up in many readings, but now we have the World in reverse, which again is a card that talks about getting to some kind of an answer, getting to some kind of resolution. And seeing this in the gambling spot sort of signifies to me that, you know, that there will be some outcome that comes from risk-taking. It's hard to tell what this sort of outcome is going to be because, again, it's the World in reverse. Whether or not it's positive or negative, but it seems like there might be a major decision in your life or in this year that will rely on taking a big risk, taking that big plunge, which it's kind of interesting, like when I connect the dots here, connecting from like the World to this, that if we have this sort of like idea of everyone celebrating together, getting to this final outcome, it might be that the unknown outcome from the World, right? Something that you might not even know is a risk that you're taking, might be what results in getting to this sort of outcome here. And the advice here, the advice card, oh, Bunzel, welcome. And yeah, of course, I'll add you to the list for a New Year's fortune. Right under Slepnir. Bunzel, there you go. All right, so for the advice card, we have the Knight of Pentacles. And the Knight of Pentacles is a card that sort of represents, again, a messenger related to money. It's very material-based card. So in reverse, what it might mean is that you've just been here listening for some time. It's very cozy music. I'm glad people like the background music I have. Yes, thank you. And we have the Knight of Pentacles here, who, it's a card that represents a messenger more related into monetary results, and seeing it in reverse might mean that, you know, the cause, sort of the motivating factor here, the idea behind how this year progresses is very influenced by money or by material values, by things that you want. And that's sort of the idea that I'm getting here, is that what's happening connecting all these things together, especially here, the way that we have this sort of reverse card indicating a specific path that we gotta follow, and the saying goodbye to things that were once good, but ultimately leading into this sort of really, like, happy, like, sort of collaborative thing. Elliot's the best company, thank you. I'm glad you guys think it's relaxing to draw to and everything. And welcome back, Kannazuki. Did you watch your fortune? Did you watch the video back? But overall, it seems that there's a lot of hardships that are faced, surrounded by an overall good fortune. So I think it's one of those things that, you know, good things come in time, and the outcome at the end is going to be what makes everything feel worth it. Things may seem hard, but I think the overall outcome is very positive. Alright. So now we have Z Robertson. And then we have Shiira right after. You had some big boy cards. Three major and the Ace of Wands. Right. That was the one where I think the Ace of Wands was a center card, if I recall correctly. Which, yeah, that was a strong fortune. Alright, so Z Robertson, if you're still here, your fortune is coming up next. And then after Z Robertson is, yes, and Shiira is right after. I always, like, worry because, like, you know, when I did this yesterday, I had, like, the people who responded to my Twitter post about this. So they all went first, and then a lot of people were, like, redeeming as I was reading. And I'm always, like, worried. I'm always worried that, like, you know, they redeem it and then they just never come back to actually hear their fortune. But I guess that's a good thing about having a VOD. Alright. There's a loud dog barking out there. Alright. So let me get to Z Robertson. Let's see what the cards have in store for you. So, the first card that we have here, let me clear this all out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sure, it's fun to listen to readings while you're learning, right? It's always, like, really interesting to see how other people interpret the tarot. You're learning a lot since the last stream. That's good to hear. Yeah, it's always, like, really interesting, which is why I always like watching, like, other people do tarot streams as well. Alright. This first card here is a very bad fortune. I'm so sorry. So we have the Five of Pentacles, which is a card that really represents struggling through hardship, right? It's a card that really shows that there might be some low points ahead. There might be some difficult times ahead. But let's see what the cards surrounding it show. In regards to collaboration with others, in regards to working with others, we have the Knight of Swords, which shows to me that when it comes to interacting with others, that you'll be taking more of a proactive approach here. That, you know, it might be hard, or you might feel intimidated, but as long as you fight back, as long as you put your foot down, you even have your deck out just shuffling. I'm glad you think so. Thank you. But the Knight of Swords very much represents taking that initiative, taking that action, you know? It's a message that someone else is coming to challenge you, so you need to be prepared also to challenge them back, you know? That in regards to working with others, you will have someone who will expect a lot out of you, and you'll need to be able to respond to that. There are loud dogs right now. I don't know if you guys can hear the dogs, but I sure can. Dog is so loud. Alright, well then. We have the Three of Wands in the career spot here, but this time, before I heard the dog but way in the back, right now it's quiet. Yeah, I think the dog just got let outside or something. The neighbors' dogs are very loud. But But here we have the Three of Wands, but this time it's in the reverse, which reads to me that there might be something that you're expecting to happen, but it also represents a sort of impatience, that you're sort of expecting something to happen, but because you're expecting it to happen, it's just making you, it's been something that you're focused on. Okay, the mic isn't picking it. That's good to hear. But the what I'm getting here is that when it comes to work, when it comes to the things that you're doing, it might be that you're expecting to get something out of what you're doing. It might be that there's some kind of reward that you're expecting, and you don't know when it's going to come, but you feel like maybe like a sense of frustration that what you're working at hasn't given you any sort of news or any sort of indicator that something is going to happen, but you feel that something should be happening. When it comes to health, when it comes to the health card now, we have, I actually don't think this card has been drawn yet. We have strength in the right side up position. So strength right side up in the health position tells that, you know, there might be some hard battles, there might be some things that you have to deal with when it comes to your health, but it's just one of those things that you'll be able to just buckle down, you know, as long as you take the proactive steps to deal with it, because, you know, sometimes some people will just get sick or face health complications and then just be like, yeah, I'm not going to see a doctor about that. I think as long as you are proactive in taking care of your health, as long as you are very, you know, aware of of your well-being and making sure that you're taking the proper steps, you know, either to prevent sickness or to take care of the symptoms as they come, I think that overall it's a good sign for your health. It seems like a very positive sign. Now the money, we have the page of... Oh, there was a page last time we did the reading too. But this time it's the Page of Pentacles in right side up. Again, it's a messenger of money, it's a messenger of wealth. So the way I see it here is that with the Page of Pentacles here, it's a symbol that good things are coming. Good fortune is coming in the sense of, you know, wealth in return in terms of funds. It doesn't seem necessarily negative, which is interesting because we, like I said, we have this sign representing that a sort of impatience in waiting, and maybe something will pay off in the end after all. When it comes to taking risks, we have the King of Cups here. And the King of Cups, again, is a sign of that sort of emotional, creative energy, sort of understanding your emotions, having that strong mental energy. So the way I treat this here, the way I see the King of Cups in this position is that, you understand what it is that you want. You're very in tune with how you feel, with how you're thinking right now, with your creative energy. And I think when it comes to taking risks that, you know, there might be endeavors that involve more creative energy or more emotional or mental energy from you. And I think it's saying that there might be, you know, confidence in how you approach that, you know, when it comes to taking risks, you feel more confidence in doing so, or to feel confident in doing so, that you've got a good head on your shoulders and, you know, your head's in the right place, that it wouldn't be a bad, like, you wouldn't make any irresponsible decisions in your risk taking. All right. So it's interesting because this is like the reverse of one of the other readings we had where the center card was positive and all the other cards around it were negative, but a lot of these cards are very, very positive, aside from like the whole impatience with the Three of Wands in reverse. But here we have the Three of Pentacles right side up as our final card for advice. So what it is, in regards to the center card being the Five of Pentacles, representing, you know, aimlessness, wandering, not knowing what it is, a sort of like bad times ahead card, I think it's saying that when things get rough in the year, when you get to those points where things might seem very like down, dismal, and just not good, I think it might be a representation to use those times, use that sort of adversity, and learn from what's happening there. Learn from the mistakes that are happening, or learn from whatever has caused those things to happen. That I think if you push through that, if you can make it through this, that the surrounding other cards will prove to be a very big boon to you once you make it through the year. but it might be that the year is shaping up to be a very rough one to deal with. But I think overall, if you can make it through it, or when you make it through it, you'll come out stronger. Alright. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad it did. Do I really have to say this? I guess if it's a redeem. All right. Let me go into studio mode for a second, and then we'll get to Shira afterwards. Let me some media capture. Yeah, it is. That goes there. All right, here is your critical line redeem, Kannazuki. Kana is gonna get a Camilla girlfriend. It would be a nice dream, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? But let me get Shira's picture here. Shira. There we go. Let's save that, and we'll replace the last picture with it. So let's see. Here we go. So this is for Shiirahime. Let's save. You're nervous after your bad luck fortune for the year. It's alright, you know. You're not Japanese, so like, what could the Japanese fortune do to you, right? Right? That's what we'll say. You know, the bad luck fortune is only if you're from Japan, right? Right? You're gonna go get some food. All right. Hope you have a good meal. All right. Let's see how Shira's reading will go. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have the 7 of Pentacles. So this is not necessarily a bad reading. I would say that this is a very neutral reading for the year, which I guess is better than being number 351 on the bad luck fortune. But the idea here overall is that, you know, this is a year where you're going to be putting in a lot of work into what it is that you're doing, and feeling that, you know, maybe you're not getting the recognition, or maybe feeling that the work you're doing is starting to feel like a chore. When it comes to collaborations, we have we have justice. So in the terms of collaboration, right? When it comes to working with other people, when it comes to like collabs and stuff, justice seems to be a very strong indicator of, you know, being a judge of character, making sure that you understand who it is that you're working with, making sure that, you know, everything is very fair and equal and balanced, you know, especially when it comes to like collabs, you know, you don't want to feel things that are like one-sided, right? You don't want to feel that things are out of balance. You don't want to feel like you're pulling all the weight in a collaboration. So the way I see it with justice is that you're gonna sort of make sure that the people that you work with are, whether they like it or not, doing enough work, you know, make sure that they're all contributing their fair share, you know, and that goes to like just working with people in general, right? When you want to work with others, like thinking about like a group project, you don't want to just be the one pulling all the weight in a group project, because no one ever wants to be that guy who everyone gets to take the credit for someone doing a good job. When it comes to collabs and when it comes to career, when it comes to working, we have the Ace of Wands in reverse. Interesting. You tend to default to being the people pleaser who does what needs to be done. Right. Especially when it comes to like working with others, right? You kind of don't want to rock the boat. You kind of don't want to like make things harder for anyone. But it seems like with the collaboration card here that, you know, instead of doing that, maybe now will be the time that you sort of like put your foot down, making sure that, you know, you don't want to just be the one who has to like do everything behind the scenes or anything like that. You want to make sure that things just work together equally. Having the Eight of Wands in reverse for the career portion here is a sign that, you know, that there's inspiration here, but it feels like that sort of energy that you've been focusing here is a little unfocused, right? The Ace of Wands is very much a symbol of power, and, you know, it's a symbol that you have like new ideas, new inspirations, but the Ace of Wands in reverse sort of tells me that when it comes to your work that there's a lot of energy, but it's unfocused, that you're not sure where to direct it all. Alternatively, it might also mean that you might feel this sort of creative block, which it kind of makes sense, you know? If you feel like that there is this like idea that the work is feeling a little bit more menial, a little bit more tedious, monotonous, that the where you want to go with that work might not be as clear, because, you know, if it's something that you feel like you've been working at for a while, it might feel like you might feel stumped. When it comes to health, we had the same card the other day, actually. We had the Seven of Swords. And the Seven of Swords, again, is a card that represents, you know, sneaking around. It represents being sneaky, being inconspicuous, getting away with things. And when it comes to health, the way I see it is more that, you know, you don't want other people to worry about you and your health. You don't want to let people know when things are getting hard, because you want to, like, you know, you don't want people to worry, right? You don't want people to worry more than they have to about you. You don't want them to think that things are bad. So here it's saying that you might not want to open up as much about things that are going wrong with you or your health, or you just want to like sort of like turn a blind eye to health problems if they come up more. So it seems that, like, you know, if things go bad, that you might feel like wanting to hide them, is what I'm getting here. When it comes to money, when it comes to money, we have the where is it? Queen of Wands. And the Queen of Wands, in regards to like fortune and wealth and all that kind of stuff, the Queen of Wands, I already said, is someone who is very, you know, nurturing, very kind, but also very grounded, very realistic, down to earth. And seeing that in the money position tells me more that, you know, you're being very, very level-headed with that you're not overindulging, that what you're doing to earn your keep is, you know, it's not anything like extravagant. You're doing what you're doing, you're keeping it the same, you're understanding what it is that you have to do. You're frugal generally, yeah, see? So that's more or less what I'm getting at here. And with card number 6, we have interesting actually that there's 2 aces in this reading, and they're both reversed. The Ace of Swords in reverse is a representation that the challenges that'll be coming to you are challenges that are going to be very difficult. So seeing it in the gambling position here, seeing it in the gambling section, sort of implies to me that, you know, you want to avoid taking risks this year. That, you know, if something stands out as something that may be a bit perilous or a bit risky, that you might want to play it safe. That things might not go as well as you want them to, especially if you have no idea how they're going to go in the first place. If you have one idea, if you have like a hope for something, but you feel like something might go wrong, it's possible that, you know, things might go wrong unless you take a very strong hold of them. And with the advice card we have here, for the advice card we have the Two of Swords. And the Two of Swords here we have, it's a card that represents balance. It's a card that represents, you know, being careful. It's a card that represents a very very perilous times, you know. You don't want to be the person with a blindfold and holding two swords over your neck like that. It's a very dangerous place to be. And what I'm getting here is that the advice is, despite things feeling very monotonous, tedious, maybe things have been feeling like very samey, like almost like a chore. What I'm getting here from the Two of Swords as advice is that even if you think things are feeling the same, even if you think that, you know, you're keeping at the same routine over and over again, that there are still things that you'll need to watch out for. Things that, you know, even if you keep on going at it, things the way you have, other external factors will exist and you need to be careful of them. You know, watch out for things that will be beyond your control. Because while you have a focus on the things you're doing, the things outside of your control can change things up in a way that you don't expect them to. So that is my reading for you. And next up, we have, let's see. So, the next one we have is Scorp Jacqueline. I'll keep all of this in mind as much as you can. No problem. I'm glad you liked the reading. Alright, so next up we have Scorp Jacqueline. Let me just put the blank face here, and let's just adjust the list. There we go. And let me just shuffle the deck. And let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So for your reading, we'll clear out the cards. And the reading that we have overall is the Nine of Cups. So it's a card of good fortune, you know? It's the card that, you know, representing someone coming to your life or some event that'll be happening that you'll have choices, you know? You'll see someone there. He has all these cups to offer, and it's the idea that it's not like the Fool where there's like an endless amount of possibilities, but choice will be open to you. And, you know, I think it's very representative of like creative endeavors, right? That where you want to go creatively is very open to you. Now, when it comes to collaboration, so maybe you have the idea of where you want to go yourself, but make sure that when it comes to working with others, that you do your best to not get yourself into a situation like this, because, oh, let me get the cat out of here. There's a cat underneath the cords, and I want that cat out. I do not want the cat here, messing around underneath the cords. Give me a second. We have here the Five of Wands, and the Five of Wands is a card that represents conflict. It represents people fighting, and obviously when it comes to working with other people, when it comes to collabs, it's a card that represents that working with people may not be the easiest thing, you know? Maybe this is a year where you want to focus more on yourself, and that working with others might not be very as productive as you'd like it to be. When it comes to career now, interesting. We have some cups again. We have the Ten of Cups. And the Ten of Cups is a card that represents, again, we talked about this before, celebration. It celebrates happiness. It celebrates, like, it's very much an end of a journey kind of card. It represents celebrating with the people that you love. So in regards to career, it could mean that, you know, maybe something good happens at work that, you know, you feel very proud of to celebrate. You finish rewatching your fortune a few times. Welcome, Fleur. I hope you enjoyed the fortune reading. I know it all had it had kind of a negative feel at the start, but I think it was not a bad fortune. But in terms of career here for you, Scorp, it seems that, you know, there'll be cause to celebrate in regards to what it is that you focus on, whether, I don't know, I know that some people here are in college, I know some people are in, you know, working, but it seems like there'll be some very big victory. Now, for health, it seems like health will be good. Seems like a positive indicator for health with the Ace of Wands. That, you know, very much a representation of energy, of inspiration and wellness. I don't think there's too much to talk about when you see an Ace card in the health. It usually represents not only just good health, but also just very much inspiration of whatever kind of suit we have. So with Ace of Wands, I think it's a good representation of sort of being grounded, sort of being level-headed, down to earth, not having to worry about, or having a good footing when it comes to just life in general. Now with money, we have the Moon in reverse, which I would get it into reverse if I click the right thing, transform 180 degrees. So the Moon in reverse on the money section is pretty indicative of, you know, fortune not being as obvious and clear, which I think is interesting when we also tie it into the fact that the overall card here represents having a lot of choices open to you. So that and tied in with the Moon means that, you know, what will happen in the future is very dependent on the choice that you make. But the outcome won't be as clear financially until, I guess, you get there, right? Like, you know, you're in a foggy, it's like clouded in darkness, and you won't really know that you're out of the woods until you make it out of the woods. Now, when it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, we have the Eight of Wands in reverse. So the Eight of Wands in reverse in regards to gambling is more of a card that's sort of like indicative of sort of, you know, the risks that you take can very much go any which way. That, you know, risks are very much going to be risky to take. And not that it'd be necessarily good or bad, but, you know, things will always be like nail biters, you know. Things will always be, or the risks that you take might always feel like things didn't have to be as close as they did, or things didn't have to be as uncertain as they did. But it's also interesting because, again, tying back in the Moon and with the Nine of Cups, that sort of, you have a lot of choices here, but it's really hard to tell what choice is going to be that right one. Leading with the advice, we have the Four of Wands. And the Four of Wands is a card that represents celebration with others, very similar to that Ten of Cups that we have. But in the advice position, I think it's a good idea to, when you have a lot of choices open to you, when there's a lot of options available to you, to just make sure that, you know, you consult with others the ideas that you have, that you don't just sort of just go in yourself, you don't just go in head first without really talking with others. I think when these good opportunities present themselves, make sure that you let other people know what is coming up ahead, so that, you know, they can also help provide advice for you, help guide you to where it is that you need to go. So that's my reading for you, Jacqueline. And next we have Barrel 7890. So let's just move onwards. Dang, we're already at the 3-hour mark. But we don't have too many readings to go through. I think we have 10 at this point now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just 9 more. Not too bad. So Barrel. Just slap these cards together. And slap them together one more time. And good double bridge there, and just cut the deck one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. So now we have Barrel, whose outcome is one that we've seen before. Unfortunately, it's not a positive reading. This is bad luck. Bad fortune. This is the 8 of Swords right side up, which we've talked about this yesterday as well, that it's a card that represents feeling restricted, feeling confined, feeling like you can't move out of the situation that you're in. So it feels like you're stuck wherever it is that you're at. It feels like you don't have any sort of freedom. Ooh, sorry. Ow. I like hit my hand against the microphone arm, and that hurt more than I expected it to. When it comes to collaborating with others, we have the 4 of Swords in reverse. And the 4 of Swords in reverse is a card that represents restlessness. It represents impatience. It feels like, you know, there's something that you want to do, but you don't want to just be like waiting around for it. You feel like you need to take that chance by the hands. And with that in collaborations, with working with other people, I take that more as an indicator that you're going to be very proactive in what you do. You feel like you need to take the charge more often. Even if you don't need to take a leadership position, you feel like you need to be the one who is running things, essentially. When it comes to the career card, we have the World. And again, the World is very much a very solid card to get. It's a card that represents a positive outcome. It represents the end of a journey. It represents that something something positive will be happening. You know, something good in regards to your work will be happening. And just, you know, maybe there's been something that you've been waiting for that will finally come to you. But you still feel like, you know, even when that comes, it might feel like maybe that will be when you stop feeling confined like this. Maybe the career being that sort of finality will be what causes you to sort of break free from this. But now for health, we have the Page of Cups, which is right here, the Page of Cups. And again, serving as a sort of messenger card, the Page of Cups, I think, is more of a sign that good health is coming to you. Hey, Pig, welcome, Happy New Year. Glad to see you. I think I did your reading yesterday as well, if you wanted to check the bot out for that. I believe you were the second reading, so if you wanted to see what your fortune was, that should still be up there. So the Page of Cups barrel represents a sort of representation of better health to come, better emotional stability, better creative energies flowing. So maybe if things aren't great right now, or maybe if things do get worse, that, you know, it's a positive sign. Yes, no problem. That, you know, hopefully that things will get better when they get worse, you know. It's an indicator of good healing, essentially. When it comes to money, we have the 3 of Wands here. And again, we know that the 3 of Wands is a card that represents a period of waiting for something, that you don't know what it is that you're waiting for, but you feel that there will be something coming, that there is something that, you know, it's a card of meditation, it's a card of introspection, but also a card of expectations, that you don't know what is coming, but you feel that something will be arriving at some point. And when we have that in regards to money, it's that idea that, you know, maybe you've been working hard at something and maybe you feel like there will be a reward coming, but you don't know what that reward or when that reward will come. In regards to gambling and taking risks, we have the Page of Swords. Where is it? The Page of Swords in reverse. And again, the Page of Swords is a messenger of challenge, right? It's a messenger that something will be coming, that a challenge will be approaching you. That, you know, he may be just a little guy with a sword, but it's a warning that bigger challenges are coming. And in the gambling position, in the reverse, it's that this challenge might be overwhelming, that, you know, it might be important to avoid taking unnecessary risks in order to not put yourself at harm, that, you know, the odds will not be in your favor, that things may not seem very favorable to you when it seems you're faced with a sort of decision that, you know, isn't a concrete yes or no, that when chances come, that you don't want to sort of, you don't want to fuck around and find out, essentially. And the advice here, which is interesting here, we have the Four of Cups in reverse. So the Four of Cups in reverse is interesting because typically the Four of Cups is a card to tell you to slow down and wait up for things. Think about what it is, introspect on the choices that you have around you. But this is a card saying to be more proactive, which I think is also interesting when we see another four here also in reverse. Two cards that both represent rest, meditation, thinking, and seeing them in reverse taking that sort of proactive stance, you know? It's interesting there, and especially when we see that this whole reading is centered around feeling trapped, feeling like you're locked somewhere. The advice seems to be pointing that maybe instead of being as passive as you are, it might be more important to sort of break out of that and sort of try to like come out of your shell, be more active, be more proactive with what it is that you're doing. Not necessarily in the same way how I've said like for others like taking charge, but rather, you know, just being less passive in general. Not letting just things come to you, but rather being more active in the decisions that you make instead of feeling sort of just trapped where you are. Because sometimes it could be our own selves that make us feel like we're stuck where we're at. But if we just take the step forward, it might be what we need in order to break free. So, that being said, we now have Bodega's reading up. So let me just get that lined up. BodegaRat. I can't roll my R's. Don't look at me. Let me just save this. Let me put the rat on the screen. And we can just clear out the blank face. Oh, that is small. There goes the rat in full size. And let me just change the names here. There we go. Alright, so now, let's see what the cards have for Bodega. Let's just shuffle this up a bit more. And we'll read her cards. Get some more good slapping sound effects there. Alright. So what reading do we have for the rat? Alright. So here we are. The center card for Bodega is the Page of Cups. So let's just also take out these cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rat time. So yeah, the Page of Cups. Which again, I would read this as a positive fortune, as a good fortune. It's a symbol of creative energy. It's a symbol, a messenger of emotional, mental stability, that kind of stuff. The cups in general are all symbols of that kind of stuff. Mental and emotional energy, and also creative output. So it seems like, you know, a lot of that energy will be focused this year. When it comes to collabs, we have the World. So again, a very positive card, you know. The World is a card that represents, you know, realization, like finality. It represents an understanding of the world. It represents a very solid understanding of yourself and what you want. So seeing this in the collab position has me under the impression that, you know, when it comes to working with others, when it comes to collabing with others, you have a very solid understanding of what it is you want, and the collabs that you pick are going to be very comfortable for you, I think. That, you know, I think you'll be very, very comfortable with the people that you work with in that sense, you know. You won't force yourself to be in positions where you aren't comfortable, but rather, you know who you want to work with, you know who you're comfortable with working with. When it comes to career, when it comes to streaming, we have where is it? We have death here. We have it in the reverse position, and in the reverse position it represents that, you know, things are going to change, things are going to stay the same, that, you know, whatever it is that you're doing, you're going to keep on doing it. That, you know, you have a formula, you have an idea on what you want to do with your streaming, and it seems like it's just going to very much be that way. You know, it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything that's going to be massively shaking things up when it comes to how you stream. But rather, you're comfortable with where you're at. When it comes to health, we have the two page of cups? Two page of cups? No, we have the Hierophant. And again, the Hierophant is a card that represents, you know, the status quo. It represents keeping things the same. It represents being fine with the way things are. Or not necessarily being fine with the way things are, but just keeping things the way they are. So it seems like however your health is, it seems like it won't really be changing that much, or that whatever it is that you do to deal with your health, you'll keep dealing with them in the way that you do. That it's not like it's going to be some kind of like thing that you're going to try to change up massively. That, you know, your health is going to be the way it is. When it comes to money, I swear we just saw this card here. You were right, I did see this card here, and the same position as well. Interesting. We have the Three of Wands again here, which again shows that sort of idea that you're waiting for something. That there's something that you're waiting for in regards to money or finances or something like that. And you're waiting for some kind of message or expecting some kind of message. You don't know when it'll come, but you're expecting its arrival at some point eventually. When it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking chances, we have the Five of Wands. And the Five of Wands is representative again of, you know, chaos, of disorder, of confusion, of fighting. And having this in the gambling position means that, you know, the risks that you take are very much ones that you really won't be sure of, like, how they'll go at all, right? Usually when you take a risk, you have some kind of idea of what to expect. But here it's sort of like chaotic. It's sort of uncertain. So it seems advisable to want to step away from those kinds of risks. You know, if a risk is uncertain, it's never really the best idea to go for it. But again, I mean, if you do feel like it's worth it, even if you're not sure how it'll go, then by all means. But it seems more like a very much risks in general are going to be very uncertain. As for the advice, we have the Five of Swords. So I especially always like applying the advice to the center card specifically, because it's sort of the main idea for the whole reading. But we have the Five of Swords here, a card representing victory, but not a victory that comes without, like, some kind of, like, regret from other people, right? We can see that the other people in this picture are unsatisfied, are walking away, they're sulking away. They're not particularly, obviously, happy. They lost a fight, they lost their swords, and this guy has now 5 swords to hold on his own. So, if we're saying that we have the Page of Cups here representing a sort of budding creativity, a sort of wellspring of creativity here, the Five of Swords shows that, you know, if you see opportunities to take, if you see a chance open to you, if you see something related to that creative endeavor that you can really push yourself to take, go for it. Even if it might be something that makes other people, like, even if it might take away from other people, it might not be the worst idea to just, you know, sometimes focus on yourself and focus on your own gain, even if other people might have to miss out because of it, you know? Competition is one thing, that kind of stuff. So make sure that, you know, you have these whole creative endeavors ahead of you. You have this sort of creativity welling up. So, you know, use that creativity to further your goals, you know? Focus on improving, focus on, you know, getting closer to what it is that your dreams are. So that's my reading for you for the year, Bodega. And now, next up we have Jason. Let's go over to Jason. Jason free. There we go. Let me put this image here. Oh, big image. Let's just shrink that down to size, and let's change the name here. Alright, so then we have Jason. And after that, we'll only have 6 more readings to go through, which is a pretty reasonable queue. We should be done before the hour. I don't think I'll take any more readings, though. I think Bunzel will be the last reading. So then we just have Jason, Beemo, Kenji, Wanderer and Wanderer, Shiirahime, Slepnir, and Bunzel left. And then that'll be a good way to call it. It's been quite a bit, and I feel like the queue is finally getting reduced down to size. Yeah, I mean, yesterday we went for 5 hours. I think 9 hours of tarot over a weekend is quite a bit. But man, how time flies. I did not expect to end up doing 9 hours of tarot overall. Get a good break after this, right? Yeah, I did get a good break. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I don't like doing it. I enjoy doing tarot. I just wasn't ready, I don't think, to do so. I'm surprised I'm not feeling burnt out. It's been worrying you? No, I'm fine. Yeah, it's combined, yeah. I went for 5 hours yesterday, and we're on 3 hours today, so we're at 8 hours. And with 6 more fortune readings, that should be a total of about 9 hours. I think with New Year, exactly, right, yeah. It just, you know, it's the kind of New Year thing, you know? You want to hear how the year's gonna go. So, I'm happy to oblige people. Alright. So, to start this off, I would say we have a good fortune here. The first card for Jason is... Jason's probably asleep at this point. I'm pretty sure he's on the other side of the world from me, so it's probably really early for him. We have the 4 of Wands. And again, it's a card of celebration, it's a card of cheering. It's not as big of a celebration as, say, the 6 of Wands, where it's like, you know, you see the man on the horse and you see a bunch of people celebrating, but you can see it's like a small family. They have like their whole like party set up there. You see the 4 wands holding up the flowers. It's a smaller celebration. It's still a victory, but it's not a major victory. It's just, you know, a nice, peaceful, relaxing time with those you care about. So as an overall, I think it represents just being able to be cheering on with those who, you know, you're close to. When it comes to collaborations now, we have a 2 of Pentacles. And in regards to collaboration, I think it's just the idea of making sure you're discerning who it is that you work with, making sure that you like are balancing out between, you know, like who it is that you want to work with, right? You don't want to just work with always the same people every time, but also you don't want to work with people who are complete strangers. You know, it's important to just branch out and meet new people, but at the same time not forget about the people that you know. That's sort of what I'm getting here. When it comes to career, we have the Eight of Pentacles. And the Eight of Pentacles in reverse is a card that sort of represents the idea that, you know, you don't want to be careless with your work. The guy in the Eight of Pentacles is very clearly meticulously working on his craft, honing his craft. But when it comes to career here, having this in reverse shows that you might feel like the work that you're doing, you might be getting careless with the work. You don't want, or you might find yourself slipping and not doing as good of a job as you are. And it might not even be a conscious thing. It might just be like, you know, sometimes you just get so comfortable in your ways that sometimes you just get a little lazier, get a little bit more complacent with how it is that you work, and you just don't want to fall into that. You know, it's something you might want to avoid. When it comes to health, we have the Hermit in reverse. So the Hermit in reverse, the Hermit typically serves as a sort of guide, someone who can like sort of lead the way, but someone who is very solitary. In the health position, the way I see it is that, you know, when it comes to health issues, you don't want to have a clouded path, right? That you should try and make sure that there's someone that you can trust to talk to these things. You know, a lot of people always talk about how doctors, how like they have like they've like met some bad doctors, and other people have like had really good doctors. But here with the Hermit, I think it's making sure that, you know, you don't want to lose your path. It's important to have someone there to guide you, but it's important that the person there guiding you is someone that you could trust. Because it seems like there might be a dark way forward, and, you know, when things are uncertain, you want to make sure that, you know, the first thing you want to do is figure out where you are. What we have for money now is the Queen of Pentacles, which is right here. We have the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. And in reverse, you know, the Queen of Pentacles represents like having a very solid handle on financial stability, on money and that kind of stuff. And having it in reverse sort of shows that, you know, it might be a bumpy road in regards to that kind of stuff. Because, you know, it being in the money position and also being card representative symbolic of funds shows that, you know, things might get a little rough when it comes to those kinds of finances. So you might want to be a little bit more frugal with how things are. And I know you are also a college student, or, you know, of college age, so that might also be part of it. But also just make sure that, you know, when it comes to things with finances and money, to try to be more frugal, it seems. When it comes to gambling, when it comes to risk-taking, we have, where is it? We have the Sun in reverse. This is a very turbulent reading as well. We had two right side up cards, but then it seems like everything else so far is upside down. So what it is that there will be a clear path, right? When it comes to taking risks that, you know, it's not necessarily going to be a very perilous journey for you, but don't gamble too big unless, like, you see that there's a very clear path towards it. The way I see the Sun in reverse is that, you know, there is the light shining your path forward. It's not like the entire sun is there. It's like as if clouds were blocking out the sun, but still lighting a way for you. When it comes to gambling, when it comes to taking risks, you want to make sure that you've very much done your research, very much have looked at your possible options before you go for those big risks. And lastly, the advice card, the overall response to our outcome here, is that we have death here. Research those gacha rates. God, I don't research any gacha rates. I simply pull the moment I hit enough to do a 10 pull. We have death in reverse here, which I think is interesting. So we say that the outcome card here represents a sort of celebration, a sort of happiness, a sort of being able to celebrate with others. And it seems that the advice here to get to that point is, with death in reverse, maybe don't try to force yourself to change. Don't try and make things different for the sake of changing things up or trying to be a new person. Maybe sometimes all you need to do is just be yourself. Keep up being how you are, and don't try to change things up for anyone, you know? Just do what it is that you've been doing. Do what's been working. Don't try to find things when you don't need to change them up. So that's what I'm getting as an overall piece of advice for your reading. So I hope that helps, Jason, because I'm sure you'll check out the VOD after you wake up. But moving on, we now have, let me just get there. Let me get her profile picture. Save image. And we have Beemo. Let's get Beemo up here now. Let's read Beemo's fortune. Let's see what the cards say for her. You don't have enough points, but please stretch. It has been. Have you burnt all your points? I will make sure to do that. Thank you for the reminder. And thank you for reminding me to take a sip. Just want to get through these last ones, and then we'll be done. Oh, sorry, 5 at 5. I have actually just closed up the queue for readings. I've been going at this for almost 9 hours now. Sorry about that. I apologize. It's been quite a bit, and I do have other things I need to do, but these last 6 readings will be a good way to close it. So now for Beemo, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so we have Justice here first. Justice in reverse. You woke up, dang it. Yeah, sorry. Oh, Tan, I did do your reading, so if you look back in the VOD, you can probably scrub backwards to find where your reading was at. We have Justice here in reverse. So what I read this as, I don't really see this as negative or positive. It might lean slightly towards negative, but when it comes to Justice in reverse in regards to the overall year, I think it might mean that there's going to be a bit of indecision. There's going to be a bit of just not knowing what it is that you want to do. There might be some, not like, it might be like aimlessness, like, where is it that you want to go from here? That kind of thinking. That there might be things that you're not sure what it is exactly that you want to do. When it comes to collaborations with other people, when it comes to working with other people, we have the 3 of Pentacles in reverse. So typically this card is a card that represents, you know, looking towards a teacher, looking towards someone as a sort of guide here. But to have this in reverse, to have it in reverse in regards to collaborations might mean that, you know, people might be looking towards you as a guide, or it might mean that, you know, there'll be the people that you work with might feel a bit aimless in what they do, you know, that there might not be a unified leader, and it might be up to you to sort of like be that sort of leading figure. That, you know, maybe you'll have to take charge more than you expect to. In terms of career, we have the right side up, 6 of Cups. So we rotate this, transform this 180 degrees, and the 6 of Cups is a card that represents, you know, generosity, giving to others, and seeing this in regards to a career card indicates to me more that, you know, as a streamer, it'll feel very much more like you're giving back to others, right? that you feel that you're able to essentially give to the people who see you what you feel like you should be able to give to them. That, you know, it feels like it's a satisfaction in being able to give back to the viewers, essentially. And in terms of health, we have the Ten of Wands in reverse. So the Ten of Wands in reverse, the Ten of Wands in general, is a card that represents holding on to a lot of burdens, struggling, but in reverse is understanding that, you know, even if things seem hard, that you're allowed to let things fall, that you don't need to force yourself to keep these things standing if it's at your own expense. So in regards to your health, the way I see that is if, you know, if you need to keep up a strong front in order to, you know, not worry anybody about your health, then you don't need to. That it's important to let people know that, you know, when things are bad, when you're not feeling well, that you let people know that that is what's going on, that you don't want to be dishonest with others, that you want to make sure that you're open about how you're feeling. Because, you know, one of the worst feelings is, like, you know, trying to put up a strong front and then, you know, that kind of just falls apart and then it just feels really bad in the end. So just make sure that, you know, to feel open about talking about your health and just making sure that, oh, Thief Kaito, welcome. That, you know, to let yourself be vulnerable, essentially. When it comes to money, we have the Five of Wands. So the Five of Wands, again, is a card that represents, you know, a lot of chaos, a lot of disorder, a lot of fighting. Welcome, welcome. It's a card that represents, you know, a lot of struggles, and in order to listening to Fortune from Slowest 714. It's a card that is just, you know, when it comes to money, that, you know, it might be that, like, maybe that there are other people who will have, like, issues, maybe, like, where the money comes from, that what it is that results in that getting you money might be something that causes other people, you know, to sort of fight. So, having the Five of Wands in the money category sort of just implies to me that what it is that gets you money isn't necessarily going to be something that, you know, it's going to cause people to just, it's going to just be, like, very confusing. It's hard to, like, really explain this one with this card. Sometimes cards in certain positions are very awkward to explain, but the card has very much a lot of symbolism rooted in just chaos and disorder and disarray. And when it comes to money being in disarray, it usually talks about, like, you know, not really understanding, things just not being stable, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. But when it comes to taking risks, that's not the right card. So don't get money, got it. Of course. I guess I see it more as just, like, worrying about the stability of finances, I guess, I think is the easiest way to put it. But card 6 here, the gambling card, the risk-taking card, is the Two of Cups. You can't have money issues if you don't have any money. True. When it comes to risk-taking, we have the Two of Cups here, and the Two of Cups is a card that represents sort of, like, unity. It sort of represents you and another person, or it represents, like, getting together with others and sort of, you know, coming to some kind of agreement, some kind of pact, some kind of understanding. So what I get here is that, you know, when it comes to taking risks, that it's one of those things that, like, you know, you go in together, right? That I think it's saying that if you're gonna go into risks involving other people, that, you know, you should make sure that you both agree very strongly on what it is that you want to go in together on. that it's not warning against risks, but making sure that the people involved with the risks being taken understand what the risks are. And for this last card, the advice is the Empress, which I don't think we've seen this card yet. Let's transform this. The Empress right side up. The Empress is a very nurturing card. It's usually representative of some kind of female figure, but usually saying that, you know, that kind of nurturing energy, that sort of motherly energy, that sort of energy is sort of what you need to move forward, right? If there's indecision, use that Empress's intuition, use that woman's guidance in order to sort of clear your mind, you know? When you're not sure where it is that you're going, just follow your intuition at the end, you know? That's I think what I'm getting at, what the connection here is between the outcome and the advice. That, you know, the sense of what you are and aren't supposed to do is clouded, but, you know, sometimes you just have to follow your heart. You have to follow your intuition beyond just, you know, carefully calculating everything. Sometimes what you need to do is just go in. Just do it. Just follow your heart as opposed to just thinking too hard with your mind. So that's my reading. Things might seem uncertain, but sometimes you want to just not overthink things. Sometimes you might just need to follow your thoughts. So that's my reading for you, Beemo. And now we get to GoldenKenji, everyone's favorite resident cat boy. All right. All right, so GoldenKenji. Let me just get him here. Save image. Again, this is a small image, but we can just make it bigger. There we go. There's Kenji. And we'll just shuffle this a little bit more. And there we go. Let me just change the name. Oh, the name disappeared. GoldenKenji. So now, here we go. Shuffle, shuffle. The shuffling sound is quite nice, isn't it? We have the first card is, I guess this is just the theme. This is, I think, the 4th time this has appeared in a reading as the outcome card. Some of y'all okay? So again, this isn't the first time we've seen this card. This is a card that represents, again, feeling restricted, feeling bound, feeling like you're stuck somewhere. And it feels that if we represent this like as the outcome, oh sorry Kaito, I apologize, but I have closed the queue for the fortunes. I should probably update the I'll probably update it, but if anything, for the ones that are who did come in later, if you do want to join, I guess you could DM me on Twitter and I could do your reading, but not on stream. But I do have a limited amount of time, so I just want to get through the last ones. Yes. So, what we have here is the 8 of Swords. And the 8 of Swords, again, represents being very restricted, feeling very bound, feeling like you can't move from where you're at. When it comes to collaborations, we have the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups in right side up. again, it's a messenger of that sort of creative output, that creative energy. The idea that, you know, you have plans, you know who you want to work with, and it seems like people who have very creative ideas might be coming to you as well. That, you know, people want to come to you for your creative abilities, and it seems like they might want to work with you in that way. Or just people, you know, people coming to you with ideas, but it seems like the collaborations will be very creatively inclined, people wanting to work with you. The career, we have the tower and right side up. So it feels like things might go south for you. It might feel like they go wrong, that things could go wrong, you know? But, you know, the thing with the tower is that, you know, despite everything crashing and tumbling down, there's always a time to rebuild. So when it comes to the work that you do, whether it be through school or through streaming, if things feel like they're crumbling down, it's important to make sure you just have to pick yourself up in the end afterwards. Especially because if we relate this to the Eight of Swords, feeling bound, the idea here might be that, like, especially with collaboration involving, like, that sort of creative output, you might, well, it might be an indicator that there might be some kind of, like, burnout, you know? And you want to make sure that you just hold yourself back a bit so that you don't encounter that kind of feeling. When it comes to health, we have the Four of Pentacles, which again is a card talking about holding the things that you have to you closely, very much holding your chips close to you. And when it comes to health, it could mean that, you know, you don't want to be open with what it is that you're dealing with, and you don't really just want to talk about it, and it's just that idea that, you know, you can push through it, you know? What you're doing is more important than worrying about your own health, but it's also important that, you know, again, you don't want to push yourself too hard, you know? You don't want to just suffer in silence while you continue to work on your craft, while you continue to work on the things that you work on. But it seems like it's noting towards that being what you might be inclined to do. When it comes to money, we have the Emperor. So the Emperor is very much a figure that takes charge, a very leading figure, a card that represents, you know, someone who has a very much an understanding of what it is that he's set out to do. So seeing this in the money position shows that, you know, you have a solid idea on, like, financial things, on money, on monetary things, and, like, what it is that you're doing in regards to that money. That, you know, as you progress through this year, you have an idea of where the money that you want to make will come from. When it comes to gambling, though, when it comes to taking risks, right below this we have the Queen of Pentacles. You have the Queen of Pentacles. And again, the Queen of Pentacles is a card that represents, you know, financial stability, having money, understanding what it is that you have with your wealth. And seeing this in the gambling position seems to be telling me that you have the choices that you can make when it comes to taking risks. That, you know, when it comes to gambling, when it comes to, like, choices that you have to make in regards to yourself, even when it comes to money, when it comes to just other things in general, like taking risks, it seems like you have a very solid head on you, that you know what it is that you want. You have an understanding of essentially, like, what the risks are that you take. And it's saying to just be very level-headed when you want to make those decisions that can be that have that sort of, like, level of risk behind them. It seems overall that for this year that, you know, your risks aren't going to be very dangerous ones, or at least the risks you choose. And lastly, for the advice. So we said that on the center we have, you know, the Eight of Swords representing feeling bound. But what we have for the advice is the Three of Wands. That's the wrong card. We have the Three of Wands, right side up. And actually interesting that everything here is right side up. Everything here is pretty much straightforward. But even if you feel bound, even if you feel like you're restricted, that you're pigeonholed into something, you feel like you're stuck and you can't move out of what it is that you're doing or where you're at, that the Three of Wands is there to remind you to just wait, to be patient, and not to rush into things head first. That you don't want to just speed through everything. You don't want to just keep on working. Sometimes it's alright to just take a step back and just wait. So that is my reading for you, Kenji. Alright. Thank you for reminding me to take a sip, Nix. Alright. So now, next up, we have Wanderer and Wanderer. No problem, Kenji. And then we have the blank face here. And let's see, Wanderer and Wanderer. Let's get to you next. Let's shuffle that deck. Let me actually also make sure that this is spaced out correctly. And let's just get these done. And that's solid. Let's just shuffle the deck. Alright, so now, nice ASMR. Just clack, 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 and slap, 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 slap. Go. So let's see what the cards have in store for us here. So, it is appreciated. So, the first card that we have for you, Wanderer, is the Nine of Pentacles. Right side up. So that's a good fortune. We have a very positive fortune here. I would say it leans somewhere in between good and great. By the same producer, bang, bang, kaboom, putting you clack, clack, clack. We have the Nine of Pentacles here. So as a reading in regards to how the year will go, it seems that it's a very peaceful kind of year. Very, very much nothing. It's not anything that like will be like hardworking, or rather I should say that, you know, if you're in a place where you're comfortable at currently, that you'll be sort of more or less able to be in that same place. It's a place where it's a more relaxed year, a more laid back year in regards to changes in sort of how it is that you're existing. In regards to the collaborations, in regards to working with other people, we have the Three of Swords. We have the Three of Swords in reverse. Transform, rotate that 180 degrees. So what this tells me is that when it comes to the people that you interact with, that, you know, maybe there are people that have hurt you in the past, maybe there are some people that have, like, caused you to be distrustful or wary, but when it comes to working with people now, it might be that you might be a little bit more open to working together with those people, or that, you know, it's just a time where you feel a little bit less wary than you usually did. That the people surrounding you, the people that you work with, are people that you feel less guarded against. When it comes to the career now, when it comes to work, we have the Wheel of Fortune. That, you know, it's hard to tell where it is that you'll go with your work. It's hard to tell what will happen. But it's one of those things where it's very easy to understand that, you know, whatever happens will happen, and that's just sort of how life goes, you know, that's just sort of how some things in life are. And, you know, whatever will happen with your job, whatever will happen with where it is that you work, whether it be at school or at a job. I can't always be like certain like where everyone is at in life right now, but whatever it is that you do primarily, that a big part of it is going to be left up to fate. Yeah, lots of changes this year, trying new things, right? And sometimes you just have to let, you know, life guide you wherever it takes you, and that's all right. It's not that it's like out of your control completely, but rather you're letting life guide you. You're letting the wheels turn where they lead you. Sorry about that. Card 4 for health, we have the 5 of Wands in reverse. And the 5 of Wands in reverse is a card that represents, you know, that sort of you're open whatever the universe brings. Exactly. And the 5 of Wands in reverse brings that idea of like chaos, disarray, fighting. And to put that in perspective of health, it's sort of talking about how, you know, when it comes to health matters, that things can be very confusing. Things can be things that you just don't understand. And it just serves more as like a warning to, you know, when you're uncertain about how your health is, it might be important to talk to someone about that, because it's very easy to just not. And that just might be from personal experience, but, you know, things with your health can get confusing, and when you don't know what's going on, it's always best to try and figure out what it is, whether that be, you know, talking to a doctor, which is usually what I recommend, or just trying to figure out because, you know, you can talk to someone about it. But just don't let that chaos happen within you without letting anyone else know that it's happening within you. Huh. We have for money now. We have the Ace of Pentacles. And the Ace of Pentacles is a very positive card. It's a card very symbolic of, you know, success. It's a card symbolic of very much, especially in the money. Money plus Ace of Pentacles is just like very much signifying that, you know, good things will come, you know? It's an idea that, you know, there will be very much payoff for what it is that you've been working at, what you've been working towards for that money. So just keep on doing what it is that you want to do in regards to that, especially because we see that in regards to the 9 of Pentacles, that idea of being able to, you know, sort of relax, have that moment of respite. Whatever it is that gets you, that has been getting you your wealth, just focus on that, essentially, is what it seems to be telling me. When it comes to risk-taking, wow. We have the 8 of Cups. And the 8 of Cups is a card that represents, you know, regrets. It represents having to leave things behind, even if you know that they're good. So having this here on the risks section here, having this on the gambling section, is the idea that, you know, even if what you have is good right now, it's possible that you might like take risks on it, even if you already have. And, you know, sometimes that could lead to something good, sometimes that might lead to something bad, but I guess it's a warning to, you know, make sure you understand that you have what you have, and that it might not be necessary to take risks that you don't need to take, you know? Don't take risks for the sake of taking risks, but if you need to take those chances, then take them. And the advice here that we have is... Oh, Ruki, welcome. Very accurate to current times and direction. It's always interesting to me whenever I say things and people say how accurate they are. The advice given here is the star. Is the queue still open? Unfortunately, no. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's almost been 9 hours, so I had to close up the queue. The final card that we have, the advice card, is the star in reverse. And the star in the reverse represents a sort of guiding light in the midst of uncertainty. Typically with the star upright side up, we can usually see it as, you know, a guiding light, you know, the night sky, thinking about how like people use the stars to guide them. But in reverse, we know that the stars are always up in the sky. We know that they're always there to guide us. They're always like the natural compass. But sometimes, and especially in regards to like the Wheel of Fortune being here as well, it's the idea that uncertainty is okay. It's okay to not know what to do sometimes, and sometimes it's fine to just, you know, let life take you where it leads you. And that's what I have for the reading here. So it seems like a positive year, but you don't need to make sure the stars are still there, just hiding behind the clouds. Exactly. Exactly. They're still there to guide you, but sometimes you just need to wait. Sometimes you need to just let life lead you the way it does. So next up we have, no problem, I hope that helps, we have Shiirahime. We can recenter this now. We have 3 more readings to do. And then we'll find someone to raid. So let's shuffle this. And now Shiirahime. I don't know if they're still here. But if you're here, your reading is coming up, Shiro. Question: how do you feel when your readings help? It's interesting. You hope this reading turned out better than your own. Well, we'll see. It's a strange feeling, I guess, you know? Because, like, other people will always joke around and be like, you know, tarot's not real, you know, fortune telling isn't real. But then when people say that they, like, relate to the readings, it's always a very nice feeling, I guess. So the outcome, or the total outcome that we have here is tarot is law of attraction. Some people will say it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know? You hear about it happen and you try to will it into existence based on what you hear. Though some people will try to fight against that, you know? Or some people will just, you know, try to fit what they hear in the reading into what happened in their life to feel like they have some explanation for it. But it's always really funny when, like, I'll do a reading for someone and they'll come back to me like a week later and feel like what I read happened. But for Shiro, the outcome we have here is the 10 of Wands in reverse, which is the idea of letting go of the burdens that are forcing you to struggle, you know? That, like King Oedipus? Yeah, I guess so. But it's the idea that, you know, instead of forcing yourself to hold all the sticks up, hold up all the wands, hold up this burden, that you're able to let go and understand that, you know, it's fine to take a rest. You know, you don't have to force yourself to keep on holding these up. That if you let go, it's alright. And I wouldn't say that's necessarily a bad or good fortune. I think that this is a very neutral fortune. What we have for collaboration now is the Queen of Wands. We've seen her come up quite a few times in these readings, but not in this position and not in this orientation. So when it talks about working with others, it seems that with the Queen of Wands, that it's very likely to represent, you know, that the people you work with might not be as stable, you know? They might not be as grounded. It might be harder to work with them. They might be a little bit more chaotic than you're used to. That they're not people who feel very in tune with themselves or with you. That they're hard to, you know, synergize with. And that's just something that you have to get used to. And I think in regards to, like, the 10 of Wands in reverse, it's sort of that idea that, you know, even if you don't vibe with them, you know, you don't have to force yourself to, you know, put up a front for them. For career, oh, actually we haven't seen this card at all either. I wonder if there's like a counter for how many times each of these cards have appeared in the readings. Because I'm sure like the 5 of Wands was definitely one that I've seen multiple times. Or like the 8 of Swords. But this is the first time we see this card here. The High Priestess. in regards to career, it's a sign of clarity. It's a sign of understanding. It's a sign of intuition. It's a sign of knowing and having knowledge. So when it comes to your career, when it comes to the work that you do, it's the idea that you'll be hit with this sort of kind of clarity, this kind of realization of what it is that you want out of what you're working at, you know, whether it's school or whether it's a job. It's the idea that, you know, clarity will be coming to you. And that clarity might be also related to dropping your burdens in the center there. For health, we have the Knight of Swords in reverse. So the Knight of Swords in reverse, as we know, it's a symbol of challenge, which in regards to health might mean something about bad health, might mean that there might be things coming that won't feel as great. So when it comes to this, it might mean that there might be difficulties ahead when it comes to your health in the future, in this year, that, you know, again, a lot of this these are all very easily relatable to just, you know, forcing yourself up, you know? When it comes to the point where you realize that you can let everything down, it might make it easier for you. That if you continue to try to keep everything all together bundled up like this, that it might lead to the problems caused here. But overall, I think if you let everything down, that it might be what helps you stay afloat. Oh. And then we have the Ten of Swords. So with this in the money position, it obviously represents defeat, it represents loss, it represents, you know, getting stabbed in the back. With money, it sort of represents that what it is, what you thought you would be able to do in order to sort of get that sort of wealth, that sort of income, that sort of fortune, that it doesn't work out in the end. That, you know, sometimes there's just losses, and those losses they just happen and they're unavoidable, and it's not a great feeling. But, again, you know, it's that idea that with that loss comes the idea of that clarity, you know? Maybe sometimes you just need to step out of what it is that you're doing and find something new. And that could be what that represents as well. That, you know, maybe there is something that you needed to do, but now, you know, you just step away from it. You take a little bit of a moment to realize what it is that you have to do instead and move towards that. Then we have, for gambling, risk-taking, we have the... Here you are. We have the King of Pentacles. It's a figure that represents, you know, money and wealth, that represents having your finances in order, it represents someone with big business, it could represent a boss, it could represent someone, like a figure with a lot of money, or just representing the idea of that kind of money, that fortune. And having him in reverse sort of indicates to me that, you know, taking the risks might not be the safest idea. That at this juncture in time, that you want to be more conservative with your money, conservative with the risks. That you don't want to jump into anything head first. That you want to make sure you've done your research before you go for any big risks. And what we have here for advice... the Nine of Swords, which is a card representing, you know, waking up from a nightmare, the trauma, that sort of agony. But in reverse, it sort of represents that, you know, instead of having that sort of nightmare, instead of having that sort of trauma, I think it's more representative of clearing your head, you know? And we talked about this again. A lot of these cards very much easily relate to this here. I think what you need to do is, if there's something that you've been, like, forcing yourself to do, a work that you've been doing, or just a responsibility you feel is a burden on you, take the time to just think about what it is that you're doing, and if you have to keep on holding that up, think about, are you able to let those sticks down? Are you able to let down those wands? Are you able to sort of ease the burden on yourself so that the rest of everything else isn't a struggle? Understand what it is that you have to do, and maybe re-examine what it is when you want to sort of go forward with your career in the future. So that is the reading I have for you, Shiro. I don't know if that's better or worse or similar to what you read for yourself, but you did ask for a reading better than what you read for yourself. But I guess the cards aren't always the kindest. Alright. That being said, the next person we have up on the list is Slepnir, and then Bunzel. It's better, actually. Damn, you must have gotten a really bad reading. Alright, so we have... Where's my notepad document? We have Slepnir. Your own was a bit more bleak. Eesh. I guess, I mean, sometimes it can't be helped. Sometimes the cards just are like that. Slepnir. Let me just get this saved. And then we just have these last two. Ooh, big. Where are you? Tarot? Clack, clack, clack. Perfect circle. There we go. So two more. Am not bowl. Alright. Let me just shuffle. Let me get the clack, clack. There's like gold flakes on these, I'm pretty sure, that I feel like are slowly and slowly falling off of these cards or rubbing off onto my hands. Alright. Let me just do this. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Shuffled, and then point. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. I guess I can't. All right. Where are the cards? So Slepnir, let's read your fortune. It is... Okay. I would not say that this is a bad fortune. I would say this is more neutral, maybe leaning towards good. But this year seems to be a year of healing. We have the Ten of Swords in reverse, which shows that, you know, maybe things went poorly in the past, but whatever it was that caused you trouble and caused you grief will be recovering. It's a period of recovery and a period of healing. A period of maybe like being able to be more comfortable with what happened, a period of reconciliation, and, you know, maybe there was some, you know, some bad things that happened, but this is a time where they get a little better. When it comes to collaborations with others, we have where are you? The Fool. So it's the idea that there's a lot of opportunities open to you, right? Endless possibilities. When it comes to collaboration, it's that idea that, you know, it's a fresh start, you know, that the people that you're going to be working with are all new people, and there's a lot of different people that you can work with. Like, there's a lot of options open to you, so it's up to you to choose who and where you go from here. When it comes to career, okay. Getting 2 major arcana already, right out the gate. We have the Tower right side up. So what it means is that whatever it is that you're doing for work, whatever work that you're doing, may end up crashing and burning. But again, this happened with Kenji's reading as well, that even if you fall down, it's not like it's impossible to pick yourself back up again. And I guess that could tie very closely to the sort of recovery here, that things may go bad, but again, there's always that period of healing, there's always that time where, you know, reflection, thinking about how to make things better. When it comes to health, we have the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, again, it's a card very much symbolizing of wealth and fortune, but with it in reverse, I feel like it does not bode very well for health in general. That maybe things might not go greatly, and I guess, again, you just have to do your best to keep yourself in the best spirits and in the best health. That, you know, if things go south, just make sure you're eating well, make sure you're taking care of yourself in a way that when things go south, your body is at least ready to deal with it. Now with money, we have the Five of Pentacles, which I've talked about in the past readings, that it's a card that represents very much trials and tribulations, that represents hard times coming, and I guess in regards to, like, you know, career here and money, that when things go bad, things may go pretty bad, but again, it's not anything that can't be healed, it can't be anything that recovers over time. So maybe things might get rough, but you just have to remember that, you know, in time, things will get better. Now with gambling, taking risks, we have... Where are you? I can't count. We have the Nine of Wands, right side up. So what it's telling me is that here, that you have risks that you can take, and you'll come out victorious. So they'll seem tricky at first. They'll seem very difficult. They'll seem like, you know, you're not sure if they seem worth it or not, but I think the risks here seem to be ones that will pay off in the end. That even if you're not sure how they'll go, it seems more like a positive indicator here that, you know, if you play your cards right, if you play your risks right, then, you know, I think things will turn out well for you. And to top this all off, to top off the reading, the final card is Justice. Justice stating that, you know, with the way healing going the way it is, you know, you've been hurt, you're recovering, and, you know, there's a lot of pain represented in this card. Justice serves as a reminder that, you know, do the things that you think are right and think are wrong, you know, especially if it comes to, like, the fact that someone may have hurt you or something may have hurt you. The choices that you make should be ones based on your morality and things that you think are the right thing or the wrong thing to do. That, you know, if you feel people have wronged you, don't just very easily give in to them, you know. If you feel that, you know, if you feel like you're at an impasse, trust yourself and trust your heart to know what it is that you're supposed to do. So that is my reading for you, Slepnir. I hope it helps. And with that being said, we now have one reading left. Mr. Fisherman himself. So let's shuffle this deck. And thank you for reminding me to stretch 10. Alright. Bunzel! That's a cute profile picture. Let me put this here. Look how small it is. It doesn't even fit in the circle. We gotta make it bigger. There we go. Look at him. He looks so smug. I love it. He is a threat to local fish populations. Right. So what does the future hold in store for Bunzel? Let's see how his year will go. Okay. So, let's close this out. And the last card, the last overall card that we see. Okay. Okay. So the card that we have here is one that we've seen multiple times today. It is the Five of Wands right side up. So it's a card that represents, you know, struggle, fighting. It represents that this year may be one faced with a lot of challenges. I would say that this is probably slightly bad luck. I wouldn't say that it's like terrible luck, but it's one that represents that there's going to be a lot of challenges that you're faced with this year. So with that being said, let's see how the collaborations will go. Collaborations with Bunzel. We have the Two of Cups. The Two of Cups is a card that, again, it's a very person-based card. It's very, like, it very much revolves around relationships. And here what I get is that, you know, the collaborations that you do will be very much, you know, I think that they'll be very much more in tune with you. The people that you pick to be your collaboration partners are people who, you know, you're confident in choosing because, you know, you trust them, and, you know, it's not like anything weird or awkward. It's just, you know, you pick them, they trust you, you trust them. It seems that in regards to collaborations, things will be very solid. When it comes to streaming, when it comes to your career, we have the Three of Hearts, which we know the Three of Hearts as a card that represents very much like heartbreak. It's very clear in the art that you don't have to be a fortune reader to interpret this one, but it's a card that represents pain. And I guess in a reading that represents where the outcome is struggle and fighting, things are bound to happen in relationships and connections with one another that can cause that kind of stuff to happen, you know? When a lot of challenges face you, it's really easy for relationships like that to break. So it seems like things might get hard when it comes to your career, when it comes to streaming, that in regards to relations with others, there might be things that get broken up. When it comes to health, we have the King of Swords. The King of Swords right side up. Again, it's a representation of the challenges coming at you, but with the King of Swords right side up, I see it more as you taking the whatever health challenges are presented to you. I see it as you taking them head on, you know, that you're doing the steps that you need to take in order to fight back against them, and understanding essentially where it is that you need to improve your health on. So if things are happening with you in regards to your health, I see the King of Swords more as a representation that you're meeting the challenge that the health has been posing you. Now when it comes to money, I think it's interesting to see this one in regards to how the center is. But with money, we have the Ace of Pentacles right side up. Again, we had this card just a couple readings ago earlier, but it seems like whatever it is, whatever endeavor you're focusing on that involves money, it seems like a very positive outcome. It seems like whatever plans you have for that it'll work out. And that's really all there's to say when you have the Ace of Pentacles in the money slot, that it just represents very good fortune. When it comes to taking risks now, we have the Page of Swords, which is right here. And the Page of Swords is representative, again, a message of challenge that, you know, there might be some risks that you take, and those risks might be very big ones, you know? That there might be very big things, very big decisions to make that will be or will not be very dangerous, or that will be risky. And it's important for you to decide how you want to approach those risks. Do you want to face them head on? Do you want to pass on them because you feel like they might not be the safest bet? And it's important to make sure that you are ready to face that kind of challenge when it comes. The advice that we have here, we've actually seen this card in the advice spot at least twice, I think, but we have the Three of Pentacles, and the Three of Pentacles is a card that just represents, you know, learning from others, taking in advice. So the way I see that this relates to the Five of Wands is that in the conflict that you're going to be encountering throughout this year, it's important that you get help from others to understand what it is to best deal with the conflict, you know? I think it's important to know who your allies are, who you can trust, and know how to deal with the problems that come your way. And, you know, when it comes to things like, it seems like there's positive good fortune here. This entire top row seems to be very positive. This seems a little dangerous here, you know, the Three of Swords representing very much broken relationships or a broken heart. And, you know, that's just the nature of the conflicts that can be cropping up as you go through the year. But overall, I think that as long as you have people that you can talk to, and as long as you are aware of the risks that are ahead of you, it seems like this is going to be a solid year. So that's my reading for you, Bunzel. And with that, that is all the readings. I don't think I ever kept track of how many readings we did, but goddamn, it had to have been at least in like the 30s or 40s. But with that being said, we can now close up the classroom for now. I am gonna take a break. I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow, but I will be back on Tuesday with some more Fire Emblem. Quite a bit of a difference going from a fortune reading to strategy games. But I hope you guys enjoyed your readings. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your year. I hope it starts off very well. You couldn't comment on tarot was in a dungeon. And I'll see you all soon. But for now, let's go and find someone to raid. It was scarily accurate. I'm glad it was. Please take the time you need, and thank you again. Alright, so let's see who's online. Let's see who I can pay a raid to. Let me raid... Let's see. Let's go and pay a visit to... The reading puts you at ease? Oh, I'm glad. Makes you want to dig out your old cloud cards. Let's go and raid... There's one that I want to take a visit to. Let's go and raid Bodega. / raid Bodega. Look forward to taking a look at your... Right. So let's go from a tarot stream to a very chill art stream. And I'll see you guys all soon. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. For now, though, class is dismissed.